What you are about to watch is the largest project I have ever worked on. This video is bigger than Liberating Louisville, One Painful Year, and the original 1000 Day series, with recording beginning back in November of 2024 and wrapping up on April 18th of 2025. This project consists of over 350 collective hours of footage, with just under 2,000 notes on the marker sheet. The script alone is 69 pages in length, as I'm sure you can tell by the length of this video. What I'm trying to say is, this has been a long time coming. But real quick, here's an ad. Don't worry, you're gonna love it. Opera. No, not that one. That one sucks. Where's the GX one? Oh, yes. Perfect. With its new and improved UI, clean and customizable mod interface, and most importantly, no Rayman singing Sex Bomb. God damn it. For real though, I've been using Opera GX for about 3 years now, and it's been life-changing. Recently, they've gone through and given it the good old Kardashian facelift, with improvements such as better sidebar transparency, tweaked the icons on the side and tucked them away into the corner, and cleaned up the design of their GX control feature, making it even easier to use now. They even cleaned up the mods interface. And speaking of mods, they got better. Sure, they already gave you the most customization out of any browser out there, but they also added a ton of new capabilities like splash screens, custom UI fonts, and icons, while still keeping the original features like background music, keyboard sounds, which, let's be real, they've always been my absolute favorite thing about the browser. I'm addicted to them. But seriously, they have mods for everyone and everything. Into cars? They have a mod for that. Into zombies? They have a mod for that. Shit, even the Honkai Star Rail incels get some love here. It was just Easter. They have a mod for that too. But Preds, I use shitty browser number 7, and I have thousands of bookmarks all organized in alphabetical order, along with the name of every single steam engine train ever produced. Can I bring them with me? I wouldn't advertise that to the public, but if you feel so inclined, Opera GX has a fancy pants quick import tool that you can use to bring over all of your bookmarks, even the ones hidden in that folder labeled Tax Returns 2016. Yeah, we all know. To use the import tool, it's really simple. Okay, all you need to do is go to browser settings, that little gear icon, synchronization, import bookmarks and settings, and then click import. Very quick, very import, very tool, I know. So what are you still doing on the edging Fire Chrome beta bitch browser when you could be using my link to download Opera GX today? It's down in the description and in the pinned comment, so, you know, go do the thing. Also, they let me swear in the ads now. Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? I'm ThatGuyPredz, and today, if you couldn't guess by the title or thumbnail, I'll be walking you through how I wasted my life maxing every skill in Project Zomboid. You heard that right. Every skill, from farming, to fitness, to nimble, to whatever else you want to throw in there. It's worth mentioning right away that this all takes place on build 41 for a few obvious reasons. For starters, I began recording this back in November, almost 2 full months prior to build 42's unstable release. And to follow up on that, while being in its unstable branch, there was still a ton of work that needed to be done before I gave this a true long-term playthrough. And it would seem that most of you agreed with that sentiment, given that around 70% of the voters wanted me to remain on build 41 for this video, instead of manually migrating the character into build 42. Real clear on that? Awesome. My only plug is that I stream over on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays, so if that's interesting to you, come hang out. If not, no worries. Alright, let's get into the challenge layout. It's actually very straightforward. There's no set time I need to complete this by, no order that I need to level the skills in, or anything like that. The 0 to hero run is simply just maxing every skill in the game, going from no skills to all skills. Now there are a few versions of these 0 to hero runs, including some where you can start with a profession and no traits, or flipped with traits but no profession, or both where you can use traits and professions, allowing you to do things like start with Nimble level 3 and a 125% XP boost to those skills. For me, I went with a more masochistic approach, while still giving myself some leeway. For this challenge, I'll be starting with 0s in every skill. This means I can't take any profession or trait that gives me any skill levels at all, and by that logic, no XP boosts to start with. I single out to start with because I've added a few mods to help ease the process throughout the playthrough. Which brings us to the mod list. I'll get the big ones out of the way now. I'm not running Britas for this, opting instead for Vanilla Firearms Expanded because I think VFE is a bit more balanced. I just mentioned that tidbit about on start, and that's because I'm going to be using the More Traits mod for this run, specifically the Dynamic Traits feature. For those of you who don't know, More Traits is an incredibly overpowered mod that allows you to not only become immune to zombie infections, but if you stack your traits correctly, you can start with like 80 trait points to spend on all your skills. I'm not going to do that though. Instead, like I mentioned earlier, I'll be starting with 0 skill traits. Things like Outdoorsman, Fast Learner, all of those are still on the table for me if I want them, but I'm not allowing myself to grab any trait that will start me with any sort of bonus to any of the skills. It'll be 0s across the board. With dynamic traits though, I'll be able to obtain skills as I progress my character. I'll have the Excel sheet down in the description if you're curious as to how that works, but to keep it simple, as you level up your skills and meet specific requirements, you can unlock traits that will provide small boosts to future leveling. For example, if I wanted to obtain the Thuggish trait, I would need both long and short blunt skills to reach a combined total of 10, so level 5 in each skill would work, along with 500 blunt weapon kills. After those requirements are met, I'd unlock that trait and receive a subsequent boosted XP that would be assigned if I'd taken the trait on spawn. This is really more so to keep me focused on some sort of goal once the playthrough begins to slow down, which it undoubtedly will. I took this for skills like Nimble, which can take dozens of real-life hours to level up once in those 6, 7, and 8 territories. In this case, I'm able to unlock the Flexible skill at level 4, which should give a slight XP boost, but as far as I'm aware, that's the only one that I'm able to obtain. Building with that, I also went with the reduced version of the Exhaustion Boosts Fitness mod for the same reason. All this does is apply an XP modifier for strength and fitness the more exerted you are. It's just something to make level 10 fitness and strength actually attainable at those later levels without dedicating literal in-game years to just doing burpees. In all honesty, it really won't even be that noticeable until I solely focus on the fitness grind, since I tend to stop combat when I become exerted anyway. Outside of that, I tried to keep it very simple and very QOL oriented. No build menu mods that allow me to max carpentry in a day, no thread and twine mod that allows me to craft thread from ripped sheets. I did add things like Filibuster Rhymes used cars, weapon condition indicator, and proximity inventory, and Become Desensitized, which is set to 5,000 kills minimum and 10,000 maximum, but that's really about it. I'll have the full mod list down in the description if you're interested in that, but this is starting to get pretty long, so let's move on to character creation. Obviously, no professions like I said earlier, but for skills, I went with the following. For negatives, I don't really need to go overboard here since I get a ton of free points for just going 0 fitness, 0 strength. I was originally planning to go with my normal high panic build that I run most multiplayer servers, which drastically increases the difficulty when starting out, but I realized that if I did that, I would have over 100 points to spend, and to me, that would kind of ruin the challenge. Oh, also, I'm not grabbing any of the additional traits added with the More Traits mod, opting to go just with any vanilla traits to try and stay as close to true to the challenge as possible. Traits like Hardy or Quick Rest, to me, would kind of negate the whole point of the challenge if you can just rest for 5 seconds and be back to full endurance. This also means I don't need to go things like High Thirst or Slow Reader, traits that have been a staple part of my builds for almost 5 years now. Instead, I can grab Wakeful, Brave, Herbalist, and Keen Hearing, all of which I would never take in a normal run. Much like any other time I use Pillow's random spawns, the very first thing I did was open the map to try and figure out where the hell I was. Louisville. Again. Second time in a row I've made a large-scale video like this, and Pillows throws me in the most difficult city. It also doesn't help that I'm on high pop spawns, which means not only are there just more zombies in general, but they also spawn way more in houses now, too. Great. Honestly, this could be way worse. The church I woke up in has metal fencing along the majority of it, so I honestly might just make this my home for a bit and spend my time looting the nearby houses for supplies. First things first, I took on a few zombies to get a benchmark for fighting and how that was going to work over this first month. I'm only gaining like 0.13 XP per hit with Short Blunt, mainly because I'm not doing any damage, but because, 0 strength. Regardless, I wanted to use this to just see how many zombies I could fight before getting tired. The answer? About 6 zombies. Killing 6 zombies makes me exerted. Also, sorry in advance, I completely forgot I still had the Last of Us clicker audio for the zombies, so they sound a bit different right now. I'll fix it in a few days though, so don't panic if you hate it. But yeah, it exists. Anyway, due to having a carrying capacity of 8 while satiated, I can maybe loot 1 or 2 houses a day, considering just looting the kitchen puts me over the limit. On the bright side, I'm not running conspicuous, and I forgot just how easy Zomboid is when you're not alerting half of the population to your whereabouts. As long as it's a small group of 2 or 3 zombies, I can take them on, even if it brings me up to high exertion. The church is 2 stories with an upper balcony portion, so that'll be where I live for now since it's the safest spot in the building. Outside of that, I spent the rest of the afternoon looting one final house, funneling zombies through a window and almost having a heart attack after stepping on them for like 5 minutes. Well, that and dealing with additional groups of zombies around the church whenever I tried to bring gear back. When I tried to catch Life and Living, I almost walked directly into a zombie, forcing me to flee the area, only to trip not once, but twice over fencing, scratching both my right thigh and right arm in the process. Luckily, I was able to kite the zombies around the north side of the church and get back inside without issue. After resting up for a few hours, I went back out and grabbed the books and some food that I left in a pile outside, spending the rest of the night reading Carpentry 1. Obviously, it'd be huge if we could catch some Life and Living episodes, but for now, it's all about survival. I'm not used to not having slow healer, so I was very surprised to wake up on the morning of day 2 to find out that both my injuries had already healed up. This was huge because it meant not only could I walk without a limp, but I could swing a hammer and actually do damage to zombies. I mean, not a ton of damage, but more than like 0.01. But enough of that. I mentioned yesterday how Life and Living would be awesome, so I kicked off day 2 by hitting up one of the houses from yesterday, fighting off some zombies inside, and peacefully protesting the TV, bringing it back to the church to serve as my donation for letting me live there. It wasn't a young boy, but I'm sure they'd love it just the same. Since I'd read the entire Carpentry Volume 1 book the night before, I was able to pound through the first 2 levels with ease. It's not a huge deal at the moment, but it was still nice to get a skill on the board. After heading back out, I hit Lightfoot level 1 with sneaking just behind it. If you remember from the One Painful Year video I did a while back, Louisville is hands down the best place to level both of those skills. If leveling it passively is taking too long later on, I'm just going to do what I did then and build a smaller sky deck on Main Street and just grind that for 20 minutes until I gain like 500,000 XP for it. I ended up triggering a house alarm in the afternoon, bringing dozens of zombies over to my area, so I dipped out and hid in the church for the rest of the day, knocking out some more reading and watching Life and Living, getting me my first level in farming. In the evening, I went back out to assess the damages and found several pockets of zombies waiting for me. I'd be willing to bet it's a bit worse on the other side of the houses, but for now, I was just focused on securing the church again. The next morning, I got my day started with some more Life and Living, knocking out the first 2 cooking levels in the process. With that out of the way, I headed out to clear the zombies idling around the church. During this exchange, though, I managed to level up strength to level 1, so we're making progress. Two house alarms and 4 houses has to be some sort of punishment, right? Over the next hour or so, I spent my time rounding up large pockets of zombies, kiting them behind houses, dropping aggro, and then heading back to round up more. I repeated this process a few more times before heading back to the church to take on the stragglers. This would be the toughest fight so far for me, since it'd be not only the most amount of zombies I'd ever fought in a single sitting, but I was already exerted. The strategy very quickly became just funneling zombies through windows, stomping on them until they died, and then resting to recover. The fight took several hours, but I was able to clear most of the church by noon and still managed to catch the Life and Living noon premiere. During that afternoon, I continued reclaiming the church. I guess it doesn't help that our hero Jack Trades is at a 59 weight and dropping, so we'll need to address that pretty soon. For now though, I don't think we're in horrible shape. As it turns out, I wouldn't have to wait very long for any of this. Since all the zombies had been pulled west by house alarms and kiting, I was able to hit a smaller group of houses in the east where I came across a hiking bag and a kitchen loaded with dried beans and a serving of margarine. I went ahead and ate one of the bags of beans, which brought me from dropping weight to 2 up arrows, so we'll just have to continue monitoring that throughout the next few days. For those of you who don't know, not only do we get that minus 20% damage from low strength, but we get an additional 20% damage debuff for being underweight. Essentially, we're only doing about 60% of our normal damage, which is already low considering all of our combat skills are 0. The easiest way to address that is to simply get our weight up. Since I was already getting tired and I had no idea how many zombies were between me and the church, I caught the 6 o'clock showing for Life and Living and spent the night at this house. Day 4 was more looting. My main focus today was to find some weapons, since I'd broken my hammer already and was down to just a griddle pan. What ended up happening though, was I went into the first house of my looting run and found a shit ton of pasta and other high-calorie foods that I could slam down my throat to keep gaining weight. I also found an AK-47 in the closet, shout out America, but decided to leave it there since I'm not going to be able to use guns for a while, let alone an assault rifle with 1 box of ammo. Shooting that here, with 0 levels in aiming, would be a death sentence. Actually, that might be an understatement. I did manage to find a sewing kit with a needle and a pair of tweezers, so not only can I grind tailoring, but I'll be able to max out first aid whenever I find all of the books. The next house over, I found trapping 1 and some more food to take back with me. By this point, my backpack was already full, so I made my way back to the church to drop everything off, only to find the church parking lot swarming with zombies. I was able to lose them by kiting the zombies to the back entrance and then sneaking upstairs, but all that did was get half the group stuck inside the church, and the other half outside the church. Once I was well rested though, I began slowly and methodically clearing out the building again, starting by baiting zombies through the windows and stomping them out. This took the rest of the morning and cost me my griddle pan, but by noon, the church appeared to be livable again. I mean, aside from the corpse sickness. With the church relatively safe, I headed back out east to continue looting houses. I managed to find a bit more food in the first 2 and got my strength up to level 2 by fighting 2 zombies in the backyard of another. The garages here are the big targets for me though, since that's how I'm gonna end up getting most of my weapons. I even got lucky and found one with a police officer inside, landing me an M500 shotgun and a nightstick, along with 2 more hammers after looting the place. They also serve as great separation points against zombies. You can just shut the garage door and go out the side. They'll lose aggro, and if you're lucky like me, you'll even level up your sprinting skill in the process. By the time I'd made it back to the church, I was completely exhausted, but it wasn't all that bad though, since I was able to hit fitness level 1 during the walk back. I overslept on day 5 and missed life in living. Stepping outside, I noticed a large pocket of zombies idling in the road. Normally, I'd just run over there and take them on, but seeing as I get exhausted when I swing something more than 3 times, it's best to simply avoid them for now. Well, I say that, but there's another group starting to gather on the opposite end. So no matter what, I'm gonna have to go through one of them. If I wasn't 1 fitness, I'd take my chances on hopping the fence, but given that I'm fitness level 1, I literally could not do that even if I wanted to. It's not even something I can brute force either, it's just quite simply impossible right now. So with that, I chose the smaller group and got to work. The fight lasted about an hour before I realized that I wasn't making any progress. So instead, I opted to kite the smaller batch south and lose them in a nearby house. This ended up being much easier than fighting, and I was able to lose them relatively quickly. I'd say this is the biggest struggle for me right now because it's a completely different way of playing the game than what I'm used to. I'm having to rely on zombie movement knowledge a bit more than I normally do. I'm using stealth and avoiding fighting when typically I never run from a fight. Later on, I managed to stumble across my first generator while looting some more garages. I didn't take it since I still need the generator knowledge magazine, and I just don't see myself building a base here. I did grab the hammers, metal bar, and wood axe from here though, since that'll give me some more weapons, and once I start cutting down trees, I can use the branches and planks to make a shit ton of spears with. Outside of that find though, it was really more of the same. More high-calorie foods, a skill book or two, nothing too crazy all things considered. I did give myself a small scratch on my torso while walking through some bushes, but that should be healed by morning. It's day 6, and I once again slept through life and living. I really need to just grind out a few more fitness and strength levels, but to do that, I'll need painkillers, which is just my way of saying more looting runs. During said looting runs, ThatGuyPredz managed to level up sneaking and light-footed to level 2 each. Obviously, this is Louisville, and no human goes unnoticed for too long though. Luckily, there were some garages separated by high fencing, so I was able to kite the zombies around the area while looting any garages that were easily accessible, resulting in several more weapons falling into my possession. They wouldn't be all that much help at the moment though, since I have no strength still. Seriously, you'd be better off subbing in a Make-A-Wish kit in ThatGuyPredz place at this point. That being said, I was still able to kill a few more zombies that had wandered into the church before ripping up a shit ton of clothes. I completely forgot I added these, but I did add the RuneScape armor mod, mainly because I thought it'd be funny to walk around cosplaying as a RuneScape character, but some of it is insanely OP, so I'm just gonna avoid it for now. Like, no shot, an attack cape costs 10 ripped sheets and takes the place of a backpack with 36 capacity. So as much as I'd love to walk around and show off my new drip, it kinda feels like it would negate the entire purpose of the challenge. Anyway, I'm making progress when it comes to weight. So far, Jack's up to 65 and still holding the double up arrow. I've got 7 boxes of cereal and about 6 boxes of beans and lentils, along with some peanut butter and margarine, so it's just a waiting game right now. Now, I'd normally continue looting and plotting a base location, but the 40% damage reduction is a massive holdup currently. So I did something unconventional. I took the rest of day 6 and all of days 7 and 8 to get my weight up, passing my time by reading all of the Volume 1 skill books. When I wasn't slamming skill books, I tried to kill myself by doing rounds of burpees. During breaks, I caught the final episodes of Life and Living, giving me another carpentry skill and 2 levels of foraging. And when I read through all of my skill books and didn't want to spend a day in sheer agony, I swapped over to tailoring, knocking out my first level in that. It's now day 9, and we're up to 70 weight and continuing the climb. I don't think you have the damage debuff with just underweight. I think it only applies to very underweight. So we've got that going for us. A good test will simply be hitting a zombie, and if we gain more than like 0.2 XP, we're on the right path. Looks good to me. Anyway, the big goal for today is to head on south to the elementary school. Not somewhere we'd be going for gear, but mainly magazines and skill books. I made it to the school in just before 7 AM and got to work looting the place, though I wasn't alone. As I made my way through each hallway, I eventually stumbled across the library and got to work scavenging for any books that I could use right away, along with any magazines I could get my hands on. This included the vital How to Use Generators magazine, which I found on one of the final bookcases in the building. I tried to read as many magazines as possible before fleeing, mostly because I could drop those to shed weight. The walk back was fairly simple. It wasn't until I lost a horde around the corner of a house that I was hit with a heli event. As long as the zombies don't see me though, I should be fine, so I decided to just sit up in the church and read a few books while I waited for it to pass. Moving into day 10, I think it's time to start coming up with a plan to get out of Louisville. Listen, I love the place, but objectively speaking, this is the worst place to be at my current skill levels. Riverside is a much safer approach and will allow me to grind out a ton of skills a hell of a lot easier. Doesn't mean I won't come back though, I definitely will. But to get out of here, I'll either need to learn how to hotwire or find a car with a key, so that's my goal. Before that though, I was able to hit maintenance and short blunt level 1 while clearing out the parking lot. Friendly reminder that the foraging rework has been out for over 2 years now, and there's still a ton of issues with the tiling. Like here, where the center of the parking lot can be foraged, but the parking spots aren't yet created in the game. This should, keyword should, be fixed in build 42, but until then, foraging in Louisville is still mostly broken. That's alright though, because the truck in our parking lot has a key, and is at least semi-functional. The drive itself wasn't horrible. I made it out to the main residential districts without much issue, and even passed through the intersection without problems. The military checkpoint was also incredibly simple. I just hopped out of the truck, opened the gates, and hopped back in before the zombies could make their way over. And with that, we're officially out of Louisville. The only problem now is I'm low on gas. Now there is a gas station nearby, but it's usually loaded with zombies. That being said, I don't think I have much of a choice. I made it to the gas station at just after 3 PM and got to work rounding up all of the zombies in the area in order to give myself a few seconds to fuel up. After spending about 30 minutes trying this method though, I gave up and peeled out, having wasted precious fuel. I made it to the bridge that evening and parked the truck there. I've got a soda bottle in my truck, so I drank that and then used the bottle to siphon fuel from some of these salvageable vehicles stuck on the bridge. After a few hours of running back and forth, the truck had just under half a tank, which should be more than enough to get me to Riverside. Assuming I can make it through all of the wreckage first, of course. Now, it wasn't until I made it to Muldra that night that I realized I'd completely overshot my road. So I turned around and began retracing my steps until I was able to get it back to the crossroads and then headed west. The drive continued well into the night, spilling over into day 11. By 2 AM, I'd managed to pass the country club and begin heading towards the trailer park. Why that specifically? Because I'm going to end up basing in the farm next to the warehouses over there. Originally, I thought about basing in the abandoned warehouses in the west, but the farm is much closer to everything and it'll be a lot better to work with, especially with so many skills to level. Before I finished the drive though, I pulled over and slept until morning, mainly because I figured I was driving into a fight and I wouldn't be much good if I was completely exhausted. After arriving at the farm, I got to work grouping up most of the zombies in the area and kiting them into the forested section in the south. After looping my way back, I noticed that the water had officially shut off, meaning the power should go out any day now. Basically, I'm running on borrowed time. That can wait though, at least for now. It's on to clearing out the remaining zombies in the area and securing the farm. After getting into the second house, I noticed that my weight was up to 75, meaning I've officially lost the underweight trait. With that, I spent several hours moving all of my gear into the new safe house. Later on, I managed to find a generator in the shed out back, so I moved that up along the house. I'd like to secure the nearby gas station prior to the power going off so that I can fuel up relatively easily, but something tells me that's going to be a bit more difficult than I think it's going to be. With the time I had left in the day, I went ahead and chopped down a few trees, sawed the logs into planks, and turned said planks into spears that could be used tomorrow. On the morning of day 12, I arrived at the warehouse just across the street from the gas station and got to work. The plan was to use the hordes to break down most of the garage doors to allow for easy access to the supplies behind them. While a few zombies did the dirty work for me, I started working through the rest of them with the help of all those spears I made last night. I had small success, but was quickly exerted during the fighting. This is where the big problem begins to arise. Normally, you can just sit in a car and rest up, but there's a shit ton of zombies hanging around all of the vehicles, including my truck, meaning I've got to find another way to rest up. My method of doing this was to break into one of the warehouses and steal a plastic chair. After resting up in the storage room, I looted the area for 2 hand axes, picked up the chair, and headed back outside. After some more fighting, I cleared another storage area, looted it for some more melee weapons and a welder's mask, and continued fighting through the zombies in the area. By that afternoon, I'd made it back to the truck and began retreating to the farm. The reasoning was pretty simple. I had the weapons that I came here for. At least for now, I had a machete, a shovel, half a crowbar, some hand axes, and a few more spears. All of that would help me take the gas station tomorrow. I leveled up my strength again the next morning, but you don't get the dopamine rush of seeing the little green icon because I forgot to start recording until I was already pushing zombies, so deal with it. Before heading out, I made a little to-do list, so here that is. I figure it'll take a few days to loot the gas station, warehouses, and self-storage, but then I could head into town and do something the Tate brothers can't do and get within 500 feet of an elementary school. On my way back, I can swing by the VHS store. It took about 2 more hours to kill maybe a dozen zombies, which I'm still getting used to. Nevertheless, I was able to clear out the area, loot the gas station, and refuel my truck and gas cans before heading back to the farm to drop everything off. I kicked off day 14 by leveling my lawn blunt skill to level 1 after a few more zombies came wandering over. I managed to take on some more zombies around the second warehouse building, walking away with the most important item in the game before heading inside. I ended up spending most of the day looting this second warehouse, and it did not disappoint. Like, just look at the haul from this building alone. We've got a sledgehammer, multiple axes, crowbars, like 20 boxes of nails. We're set. All that was left to do today was sort out some of the gear once I made it back to the farm. With the gear sorted, I spent the rest of the day reading more skill books. Up next is to loot the self-storage and hopefully find a better vehicle in the process. It's no secret that the truck's in bad shape, and while I would have liked to snag a truck from the warehouse, I can't hotwire cars yet. We'll worry about that later though. For now, it's onto the self-storage unit, where I leveled up my spear skill before realizing that I never brought the sledgehammer needed to smash through some of the garage doors. Obviously, driving back and forth pulled more zombies over that I had to clear out, which not only helped me with my combat skills, but also got me to level up my sprinting skill while I was hiding from the zombies to rest up. Once the area was mostly clear, I got to work looting the self-storage. And what better way to get things started than by finding another generator? There was a third just a few slots over, but I left that here since I really only need 2. Now I did grab a second sledgehammer though. I got through most of the outdoor portion that night, but decided to sleep in one of the storage areas after finding a cot. After waking up early the next morning, I got to work clearing out the stragglers in the area before moving indoors and looting the rest of the facility. The highlight of this run was finding a big hiking bag to replace my normal hiking bag. Well, that and the sledge and the generator, but those are kinda extra, you know what I mean? By the time I'd made it home and dropped all the gear off, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. So, because of that, I decided to head into the city and see what I could get away with. The library was pretty open in terms of zombies. I was expecting a lot more than what I actually ran into, but I'm not complaining. This was definitely a best case scenario though, as I was able to locate and loot the school's library for almost every single book I needed. All I need is Carp 5, Foraging 5, Cooking 5, Mechanics Volume 4 and 5, Electric 4 and 5, Fishing 3 and 5, and Trapping 5. Which sounds like a lot when I list it out, but in reality, I'm not going to need most of those for a long time. And that's not even to mention the fact that we've only hit 2 preschools or elementary schools out of the dozen or so schools that exist, and without even factoring in the 2 or 3 dozen bookstores that exist in the game waiting for us. Worst case scenario, we can just go door to door through the thousands of houses that exist in the game and get 1 or 2 bookshelves in each of those. With the books safely secured in the bed of the truck, it was off to the VHS store to grab whatever I could get my hands on. Naturally, there were a ton of zombies around since this was the 90s and they were all super stoked for the midnight release of the classic comedy Schindler's List. As the zombies stormed the building, I waited for them to break down the doors so that I could squeeze through without shoving glass into my hands. One thing that I'm gonna need to deal with though is the fact that every time I come home, there's like a dozen zombies idling around. I was able to kill a few of them, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through all of them, so instead, I just kited them into the trees and I'll deal with them later. It was raining on the morning of day 17, so I took the time to dig a shit ton of furrows and plant a bunch of cabbages, potatoes, and tomatoes that should give me enough food to last a few months and power level both my farming and cooking skill when finished. Originally, my plan was to spend the day burning through the rest of the VHS tapes, but I was already close to Carpentry level 4, so I decided to farm out some more spears instead. Of course, to do that though, I needed to chop down some trees, which means it's time for a woodcutting montage. But before we even do that, I burned a few hours by ripping sheet so that I can make some sheet rope to move the logs easier. Unfortunately, I never got the chance to chop down trees today due to the shit ton of zombies that continue to congregate around the farm. I was able to take out a few of them, but ended up moving the rest into the second house to lose them for the night. Since there's still a ton of zombies around the farm, I took most of the morning to deal with them. With the threat seemingly taken care of, it was on to my next task. There are dozens of corpses littering the farm, and it's starting to impact me. The plan was to just make a giant pile out of them to limit the space the corpse sickness can be gathered in. And in addition to that, I can also use the bodies as a maggot farm. This ended up taking the rest of the day to clean up, though. Day 19 was the start of a massive grind. Well, kinda. More like the evening was the start of a massive grind, but most of the day was spent gathering planks. I got the day started by chopping a few trees and then stacking all those logs into one pile to saw into planks. I then used those planks to make about 25 spears until all my knives were broken. With no more knives, I moved to making crates, a composter, and then used the remaining planks to start placing wall frames, finishing off level 4 by making a wooden trap. When it was finally time to sit down and watch my VHS tapes, I made it through about half of one before realizing that I never read the Carpentry Volume 3 book, so the VHS grind will have to happen tomorrow. For now, it's on to reading Carpentry Volume 3. Since all I need to do today is watch movies, I decided to just keep reading through the night, checking off both Carpentry Volume 3 and Cooking Volume 2. And now, onto the VHS tapes. Now, a better YouTuber would have remembered to grab you a shot of my skill progress before the tapes. But I forgot about that because I got distracted watching Star Wars, so just enjoy watching a guy watch a TV for a little bit, and just watch the skills slowly go up over time. And by the time I'd finished the VHS tapes, I'd leveled up several times and almost got cooking to Volume 4. Now, I didn't want to waste an entire tape for like 4 XP, so I leveled it up to 4 by making a chip salad. Almost all of day 21 was spent working towards gathering more logs. I spent the early part of the afternoon clearing some zombies from the woods, before spending the rest of the day sawing said logs into planks, before spending the first half of day 22 building frames for the perimeter. After hitting Carpentry 6, I locked myself in my bedroom and spent the rest of the day reading Carpentry Volume 4. Alright, we're almost a month into the run here, and I still don't have a skill maxed. But that's okay, because we're about to change that. See, up until this point, I've been most concerned with building a long-term survival base. Mainly because some of these skills are going to be an absolute grind to max, and I'll need a means of food and a safe place to grind those skills in. With that mostly completed, I can turn my attention to the easier skills that can be maxed in a few days, starting with First Aid. If you're new to Zomboid, First Aid, at least in build 41, can be maxed in just a few short days, even with Slow Reader. All you need is some glass shards and the willingness to reenact that scene from Die Hard over and over again. Standing on top of the glass instantly gives you deep wounds in your feet, but here's the kicker. You can queue up tasks to remove the shards from your feet in advance, allowing you to effectively loop your character removing the glass, giving you a shit ton of XP in a very short amount of time. When you hit the next level, all you need to do is wrap your feet in rags, eat some food, and read the next skill book. There's no sense in stitching your feet early on because you're just going to throw yourself right back onto the glass as soon as you finish the next book, but the rags will prevent you from continuously bleeding out all over the floor. So what's the appeal of maxing First Aid? Well, the number one reason is the fact that you can heal from fractures at 550% at max level. You also retain a 75% speed modifier with an injured leg or foot while bandaged. So instead of limping everywhere, you can still jog and outpace the zombies. even with a fractured leg. Oh, and the typical bandage life is boosted by 250%, so you get more usage out of your bandages. Anyway, after 3 days of grinding, I successfully maxed my first aid skill on day 25, giving us our first max skill of the playthrough. Since it was only around noon, I took a few extra minutes to hit Tailoring level 2 before spending the rest of the day reading the Volume 2 skill book. Heading into day 26, I still had power, so I wanted to take advantage of it and head on into Riverside to try and loot the gas station. It also gives me an excuse to get some exercise in because, we're approaching Boogie 2988 levels of obesity. Oh, and my feet are healed. Literally 1 day in stitches and we're ready to roll. Okay, on to the fighting. I brought about 20 spears with me, figuring that'd be more than enough to secure the gas station. The entire process took most of the morning. I'd grouped up a few zombies, looped them through the car wash, and then rest in the truck when I was exerted. A pretty simple fight, aside from the fact that my Nimble skill is still level 0, so I can only swing once or twice before needing to reset. With the zombies taken care of, I looted the gas station only to find out the power shut off halfway through the fight. Lovely. Well, with nothing left to do for the day, I piled up a ton of corpses and spent a few more hours ripping up their clothing. Alright, back to building. With the power officially out, it's time to really lock in and get some defenses built. To build a gate at the entrance, we'll need doorknobs and hinges, all of which can be found in the other house on the property. With the gate successfully built, I continued placing frames along the perimeter of the property, and by the end of the day, the property was fully framed in and ready to be filled. Well, back to chopping trees. After a day of chopping trees and throwing my back out and moving the logs back to the driveway, it's time to saw those logs and finish up the perimeter. Well, never mind. I need one more level to build tier 3 walls, so instead, I built some staircases and began working on a sky deck to the river so that I can start fishing in peace. After working on that for a few hours, I decided to change focus and begin building out a platform around the walls so that I can deal with any zombies in complete safety. By day 30, I'd managed to build out a catwalk spanning the entire perimeter, leveled up Carpentry to level 7, and got my strength up one more level in the process as well. This was actually perfect timing too, considering the cabbages are officially ready for harvest. After pulling in over 400 seeds and close to 150 cabbages, I reached farming level 2 and promptly left the remaining plots to read the next book. On day 31, I finished harvesting the rest of the cabbages and made plans to build one of my favorite base additions, a drinking fountain. To do this, I'll need some garbage bags, so it's back to the warehouses I looted all those weeks ago. By 10 a.m., I'd looted 16 garbage bags, which is way more than enough to build out the fountain. So how does this all work? Well, if you haven't seen the One Painful Year video, allow me to explain. Water barrels, when placed directly above an appliance, can be plumbed using a pipe wrench. This automatically purifies the water because Zomboid things, and allows you to drink fresh, clean water from whatever you just plumbed it to, like a sink for example. So as long as the barrels are touching, the amount of water held can be multiplied, giving the sink underneath the barrel near infinite drinking water. The only note to add here is that the sink needs to be fully walled in order to plumb it, but the frames will do the trick just fine. You do not need to fill the frames in. These were really popular on my Project Zomboid servers when I ran those back in the day, and I've since adopted them into my videos because I think they're a really cool concept. Anyway, with the fountain built out, I noticed the gate was already partially destroyed, so I got to work breaking the rest of it to build a new one, only to level up my maintenance skill in the process. I'm gonna hold off on making another gate until the walls are fully built out though, because it doesn't make much sense if the zombies are just gonna keep breaking it. Moving into day 32, I did what the US presidents have been campaigning on for almost 3 decades now, and finally began building the walls. For a whole hour or so, until I ran out of material. More chopping trees. Over the next 3 days, I chopped more trees, piled up more logs, and sawed those logs into over 700 planks. With those planks, it was time to finally finish the walls. Everything was going great, until I leveled up to Carpentry level 8 and realized I never picked up the Volume 5 book. Looks like it's back into the city. Considering the fact that I'd already hit up the Riverside School, the only other bookstore would be over on Main Street, which would no doubt be swarming with zombies. Since I don't have any shotgun shells, the best alternative I could come up with was a garden fork and about 20 wooden spears. Probably not enough to fight my way through the city, but should be more than enough to deal with whatever stragglers I can't kite away. In no particular order, I need Carpentry level 5, Cooking volume 5, Electrician volumes 4 and 5, Fishing 3 and 5, Foraging 5, Mechanics 4 and 5, and Trapping 5. Honestly, I'd be happy with any of those volume 5 books though. Worst case, we can't finish off Carpentry for now, and we move on to the one of the other dozen or so skills that could use some TLC. Nah, why would this be an easy mission? For those of you blissfully unaware, that wasn't a shotgun blast. That was my front left tire popping. Anyway, I managed to reach the bookstore around 3 AM and immediately got to work kiting all of the zombies back west, the same way I'd driven in. Once I'd lost them around the side of the shop, I got to work clearing out some of the stragglers hanging around the bookstore. Now this took a few hours, mainly because they were all in small pockets. So I'd kill one group, rest up in the car, then fight another, and repeat that process until mid-morning when I was finally able to break in. I actually had some really solid luck at the bookstore though, managing to pull in all but 2 books. Those being Electrician Volume 4 and Carpentry Volume 5. But it was only like 8 o'clock in the morning, so I decided to head on down to the gated community for a larger looting run. The final 2 books were still the main targets, but I was also optimistic about what other junk I could find in those garages. Not only did I walk away with enough food to last me for several months, not including the hundreds of cabbages I have frozen, but I also found an M14 battle rifle, another M500 shotgun, and a Mini 14, all in gun cases inside the same damn house. With the full looting run in the books, I spent the rest of the day unloading the truck and organizing my farmhouse. The next morning, I got started with some tailoring, reaching level 3 by 6 AM and even hitting tailoring level 4 by 11:30, meaning I was ready to read the next book. But instead of diving right into that, I opted to focus more on foraging in an attempt to also hit level 4 in that skill the same day. I figured this way, I could knock out both Volume 3 books tomorrow and get on with my life instead of allocating half of each day to reading one book. The only problem with foraging is, well, you already know what I'm gonna say. I talk about it in every single video. At least in Build 41, there are massive sections of the map that don't have foraging fixed or working, which is why you see the Nothing Here screen, even with foraging enabled. It just means these cells don't have the Build 41 version of foraging working yet in this area. Hopefully all of these spots are ironed out when Build 42 stable hits, because this has been a problem in the game for several years now, and it's incredibly frustrating to deal with. Alright, awesome. Now back to reading. After spending most of the day reading Foraging and Tailoring Volume 3, I spent what was left of my free time organizing the bookshelf and refilling all of the empty water bottles I had laying around. A pretty calm and peaceful day, all things considered. Heading into day 38, the potatoes were blooming, and I didn't want to head off on some grand adventure until they'd all been harvested. They still had another day or two until they were seed-bearing though, so to pass the time, I got really invested in tailoring again. And by that, I mean I clicked Train Tailoring, set the game to max speed, and played old school RuneScape. After only 12 short hours of adding and removing padding from a random hoodie I stole off a zombie, I'd managed to get about a third of the way to level 6 before running out of thread. The potatoes weren't at seed-bearing quite yet, so I slammed a bunch of cabbages, dug some more furrows, and planted another batch of cabbages to pass the time. By the morning of day 39, the potatoes were still not seed-bearing, so I bought some more time by disassembling all of my electronics that I'd been stockpiling since day 1. This included over 70 watches, a few cameras, 2 video games, some headphones, and a Walkman. This bought me a whole 1 hour and got me halfway to electronics level 2. It's still storming out though, so there's no use trying to pass the time foraging, which leaves cooking, trapping, fishing, or everyone's personal favorite, Nimble. Using the left control to toggle Nimble, I zoomed out, clicked on a spot in the distance, set Jack Trades to Nimble, and then clicked off screen to look up ways to kill myself. In Minecraft, I think is what the kids say. This is by far the worst component of Zomboid, and I don't think anyone really debates that. For such an important skill to have RNG-based XP is on par with the Seahawks throwing it instead of handing off the ball to Marshawn Lynch in the Super Bowl. An unexplainable blunder. We all knew this was going to be the worst part of the challenge though, right? Like, this wasn't surprising to anyone. My mindset on it was actually pretty simple. Get it to level 3, and then just don't think about it until all of the melee skills are maxed. By that point, I should hopefully be at least level 5 or maybe 6, and then can embark on the world's most boring grind. I'd rather 1 to 99 agility in RuneScape than sit through 0 to 10 nimble, if I'm being honest. The OGs remember, but you used to be able to lock your character walking into a wall in the corner of a room and just step away. It's actually a method I'd used in the 1000 Days series back in the day. But instead of doing literally anything else with their lives, the Indie Stone patched this out back in like 2023, meaning we're stuck with this method instead. I did manage to find a script that you can run to train this, which nets you about 300 XP per real life hour, if you have Fast Learner, which I do. That being said, even with 300 XP per hour, that's still a 100 hour grind to reach level 10. Not at all something anyone should ever put themselves through, considering this isn't RuneScape and you do lose everything on death. Not to mention all the insta-kill bugs that can end your run in a split second. Anyway, it took about 6 in-game hours to get another 20 or so XP needed to hit Nimble level 1. Only 9 more levels to go. I spent another 5 minutes or so grinding out some more Nimble, only to get a whopping 4 XP out of it, at which point I gave up for the day. The potatoes still weren't quite ready when I'd woken up on day 40, so instead of doing anything remotely productive, I killed most of the day by sprinting back and forth on my plot of land. Contrary to what you might believe, this was actually a really solid way to farm sprinting XP, and I managed to knock out the second half of sprinting level 3 by that afternoon. With 0 progress still being made on the potatoes, I spent the rest of the day walking back and forth in the aiming stance to keep working on Nimble, gaining a whole 0.3 XP per successful tick. By day 41, most of the potatoes were finally seed bearing, which means I can get on my way with harvesting 2 whole crops before hitting farming level 4 and spending the remainder of the day reading the next skill book. Heading into day 42, I ran into a problem. Not only were all of the potatoes ready for harvest, but so were all of my tomatoes. It's a good problem to have, sure, but I wasn't sure if I'd have enough room to place all of them. And that's not even considering the fact that I managed to knock out levels 5 and 6 on the potatoes alone, and had to sacrifice the rest of the day to reading yet another skill book. It wasn't until day 43 that I was able to finally harvest all of my crops, landing me just a few hundred XP away from level 8 farming, and providing me with enough food to last for a year or so if I rationed it correctly. But we're not competing with the My 600 Pound Life dietitians, so instead of that, it's time to focus on the next skill, cooking. Well, after digging more furrows and planting another set of potatoes. Currently, I'm at cooking level 4, but I do have a frying pan, roasting pan, and a cooking pot. So I grabbed 30 cabbages, 30 potatoes, and 30 tomatoes, and got to work tossing them into pans. Just watch the cooking XP here. And then, when you're ready, you can throw them in the oven for another 300 plus cooking XP. Not to mention the fact that all 3 meals are above 80 hunger, with the soup being 100 plus. It's time for a mukbang, folks. So at a rate of 31.2 XP per item added to a soup, stew, or stir fry, multiplied by 18 items since each dish can hold 6, that gives us 561.6 XP for all 3 dishes. Toss in an extra 300 for cooking them in an oven, and we're just under 900 XP for about 1 hour's worth of work in the kitchen. Now, this isn't the most efficient way to go about grinding the cooking skill, but it's certainly the easiest when you pair it with some farming spam. Obviously, you can make some pretty insane meals here as well if you toss in some butchered rabbits or fish fillets, but I'll start doing that later on when I head out on multi-day adventures to the other cities. Until then, this is what I'm working with. It'd take until around 1 AM on day 44 to level up 2 full levels and hit cooking 6. Instead of going to sleep here, I opted to read cooking volume 4 overnight, so that I could focus on rounding out that skill before September. The downside with pulling off a 24-hour mukbang is obvious though, and I found myself unable to continue eating 3 massive meals every couple hours. Because of this, I just started donating the unused food to the Starvin' Marvins of the world. And by that I mean I threw it on the floor and pretended like nothing happened before starting the process over again. Heading into day 45, I took a short break from donating food onto the floor and read through the final cooking skill book. But as soon as that was finished up, it was back to cooking. After hitting level 9 that evening, I unlocked the Gourmand, however the hell you pronounce it, trait which gives you a 1.5 times hunger boost to created meals. You can see it in these recently made stir fries and roasts, where they used to be about 80 or 90 hunger, but are now 120 and 140. I managed to max out my second skill of the playthrough at around 2 AM on day 46. Sure, they are 2 of the easiest skills in the game to max, but I've got to go through all of them eventually, so I figured I might as well start with the easy ones. That being said, given the fact that I just spent the last 2 weeks or so grinding inside my half-completed base, I think it's time for a little adventure. The goal is to hit up Phallic Pond or Dick Lake, whatever you want to call it. It's that small town just to the south of us. But to get there, I need a car. So that's what I spent most of day 46 doing. My red truck is still drivable, but there's no denying that it's seen better days. I do remember seeing a few semi-drivable vehicles near the gated community in Riverside though, so that was my first target. It also gives me an excuse to swing by the gas station in Riverside and drop off my second generator so that I have access to fuel again, considering I'm gonna need more if I want to do things like keep the generator running at my base. It only took about 30 seconds of driving before my plan went out the window though, as I passed by a construction site turned junk dump holding a few vehicles inside of it. But before I could check them out, I'd have to deal with the zombies in the area, which is just me making an excuse to get some combat in. I am back to using long blunt weapons for now though, as a way to continue working on maintenance in peace. There really isn't a reason for me to swap over to something like short and long blades until I have a higher maintenance skill. Otherwise, I'm just breaking machetes and knives for the love of the game. I guess I should have seen this coming, considering it is a junkyard, but I was still hoping to find a survivor vehicle or something of value here. On the bright side, I did manage to find a lug wrench in the trunk of one of the trucks, so at the very least, all I need to do is find a jack and I can change the truck's tire. Anyway, there was still a bit of daylight left, so I sent Jack Trades over to the gas station to drop off the generator and search the immediate area for another car. After clearing the region, I was once again reminded that I'm not able to hotwire vehicles. I did manage to find a perfect condition heavy-duty tire though, so once I find a jack, I'll be all set. Oh, and I hit long blunt level 3 while filling up some gas cans, so overall, a pretty okay day. So I need a jack. That's the priority, at least for now. Luckily, there's a mechanic shop right across the street from the warehouses I'd hit up about a month ago. The downside? It's likely completely overrun with zombies, so I guess it's time for another zombie killing montage. Well, I say montage, but it's really more like watch me kill 15 zombies. Anyway, with the area cleared out, it's on to looting. Cool, well, there's not even a jack here, so not only did I waste the morning away, but I also fucked myself with the alarm. My next option was to head down to the warehouse parking lots and start searching through all of the vehicles down there for one with a key. I managed to find 2 vehicles, with one having a much better engine, but that's not what I was most excited for, because after looting a trailer, I found a jack, meaning Jack Trades now has every tool he needs to start grinding his mechanic skill. I chose to leave the truck at the warehouse for now, but made plans to come back and fix it up once my mechanic skill was a bit higher. I figure with a fully functional truck, I can go ahead and scoop up that trailer, as well as use it for long haul missions to other cities like St. Paulo's, Blackwood, and Bedford Falls, all the other modded cities I've added to the playthrough. To cap off a fantastic day, I crafted a black military poncho to add on to the drip factor, and spent the rest of my day training mechanics on the shitbox sitting in the driveway. By the time I'd finished up that night, I was already halfway to level 2. I woke up late on day 48, so instead of heading out to Dick Pond or whatever it's called, I found myself back at the warehouse to finish off mechanics level 2 and finally unlock the ability to hotwire cars. The only holdup? More zombies. After finishing them off, I was able to hit Mechanics level 2 before heading back home to read the next skill book. And with that out of the way, tomorrow we go raid a small Kentucky town in search of oddities and entertainment. Huh. According to the Project Zomboid website, this area is called Doe Valley, but I've spent the last 6 or 7 years calling it Ekron. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. Anyway, I got an early start on the day to factor in the longer drive. But while I drive, allow me to explain why this town is on my radar. See, most people skip over it, or quickly loot the police station and gas station before moving on. But not only does it have both of those, it also has a bookstore, which I can use to find Carpentry Volume 5. It has a gardening store where I tend to always find machetes laying around for some reason. And it has a hardware store where I can hopefully find another crowbar. Anyway, before I even left Riverside, I slammed into a police blockade. Honestly, even if the town is a failure, at least I'm walking away with some serious firepower. I just need the ammo to back it up. Even with that little hiccup though, I still managed to reach the town by 8 o'clock that morning, and immediately got to work securing the bookstore. I figure I'll work down Main Street and hit everything I come across, starting with the bookstore at the south end of town. This already might go down as the best looting run so far. Not only am I walking away with a ton of firearms, but I managed to find the 2 remaining books I need for my skill grind. Those being Electrician Volume 4 and Carpentry Volume 5. All it cost me was my crowbar. But hey, we're not done yet. There's still the gardening store and hardware store to hit up, so who knows, maybe I'll get lucky. Next up though was the police station. There were a few zombies hanging around outside, but they were pretty easy to deal with all things considered. Inside the armory, I found an M9, 2 mags for it, 2 boxes of 9mm rounds, a box of shotgun shells, another shotgun, and an 8x scope. Not bad, but I'm sitting on 2 boxes of shotgun shells now, which isn't even enough to clear a town like Doe Valley, let alone a heavily swarmed POI. Onto the gardening store. Now I didn't manage to find any machetes here, but I did happen across the greatest weapon to ever come out of Lumbridge, the Rune Scimitar. Honestly, it's been about a month since I'd played this last, and I'd completely forgotten that I added this to the mod list. Now, it is pretty OP. I mean, rightfully so, it's the greatest free-to-play weapon to ever exist, so I'm not going to use it much, if at all. It's more so a keepsake for me because I think it's funny to have. Anyway, moving on. You know what every gardening shop needs? An armory. And not just an armory, but one with enough ammo and firepower to make the police department look like an airsoft shooting range. It's got rifles, shotguns, pistols, and all the ammo you need for each of those guns. So naturally, I called upon my red, white, and blue patriotism blood and took everything aside from the 22s. Fuck those. Just take a look at the haul. We're gonna need a bigger car. And to think we still have the hardware store to hit. Initially, I tried to fight my way in, but it was clear that doing so wasn't a viable option. So instead, I kited the zombies around, broke in through a window, and speed looted the store while zombies flooded in behind me. Since most were funneling through the window at the front of the shop, that meant the back door should be relatively clear, giggity. Aside from whoever was thumping on the door, so I shove-ran my way through the zombies at the back, made it to my car, and sped on out of town as the zombies closed in behind me. Overall, I think it's safe to say that this was one of, if not the most successful looting runs I've hit throughout the playthrough. I even managed to loot a machete out of everything, just no crowbar. But even then, I think I walked away with like 8 shovels, so I'm happy with those for Long Blunt for now. You guys want to hear something crazy? So I've been fighting damn near non-stop the past, 4 or 5 days now. I've gained about 400 long blunt XP, or about 800 landed hits. I've gained over 300 maintenance XP, over 100 sprinting XP. Want to guess how much nimble XP I've earned in that time? How about 15? Not 150, 15. 15 XP was earned over the last 4 or 5 days of combat. Lovely. Anyway, once I got home, I spent a few more hours organizing my weapons into their respective crates before knocking out. After waking up late on day 50, I dedicated the entire day to reading Carpentry Volume 5 so that I could finally wrap up the skill. Want to see me knock out 2 carpentry levels in one day? Want to see me do it again? I'm just kidding, but I did manage to finish up all the walls in the perimeter of the compound, and in the process, capped off my 3rd skill of the playthrough. To quote the late great Billy Mays, but wait, there's more. Because not only did I cap off carpentry, but remember those cabbages I planted a while ago? Well, they're ready for harvest, bringing me to farming level 8 and unlocking the final Volume 5 book for that skill. And at that point, we're just waiting on the potatoes and tomatoes to be ready, and that skill can be checked off too. It seemed a bit overkill to continue working on the sky deck at this point now that carpentry is maxed, but I'm committed to the bit, so we're finishing it. In all honesty, I was purely doing this out of spite for all of the people who shit their pants when I did this in the One Painful Year video. Fuck you guys, I'll play how I want. Alright, never mind, fuck this, I'm not about to spend 10 days building a platform. On the bright side, I can still use the sky deck to train sprinting in peace. Well, that was a waste of a day. To try and salvage what was left of it, it was back to tailoring. Alright, we've got all this ammo now, and I even had 3 more crowbars just sitting in the shed. Let's do something with those. There's a gun store off the main highway in the west, so that's the target for today. Not only should it stock me up on ammo, but every time I've ever driven to it, I constantly find it flooded with zombies. Of course, I say that, and then show up here and it's basically empty. Well, at least I can still loot the store. Yep, you guys want to see the haul? Not bad, right? Not bad. Oh, and if you're wondering what a pack or case is, I'll explain real quick. Obviously, a box of ammo is just that, a box of ammo. It's standard in every playthrough. A pack is 4 boxes of ammo. A case is 4 packs of ammo, which amounts to 16 boxes. It's just a better way to store ammo more conveniently, thanks to the Vanilla Weapons Expanded mod. One thing's for certain though, I'm gonna need a better storage layout back at the compound. What I have now isn't enough to hold all the guns and ammo I'm coming back with. I spent most of the morning on day 54 organizing my gear, because there's a ton of it. I added 6 new crates, all of which are organized by important ammo types, with 1 crate for the extras, and another for all the magazines and attachments I'd collected so far. With about half a day left, I did something new and got to work crafting trap boxes. These, combined with cabbages or another type of bait, are used to catch rabbits, the best animal for protein, which will help gain strength. I ended up making just under 70 crates, but I'm only planning to use about 30 or 40 at a time. I'll just save the extras for whenever one of them breaks. So here's how these traps work. They need to be something like 80 or 90 tiles away from your base. They also only work overnight. But once you move a good 100 or so tiles away, just to be safe, you need to locate the deep forest. Why the deep forest? Well, because that gives us the best drop chance for catching rabbits. Building off of the traps made on the previous day, I set out the following morning and placed 30 traps in 2 rows before loading them with cabbages as bait. Why cabbages specifically? Well, they give the highest % chance to catch a rabbit, and when you pair that with placing the traps in the deep forest, it gives us the best overall chance to catch something in our trap. By the time I'd made it back to the compound, it was already 1 o'clock, so I dismantled my extra watches, and fix the generator to reach electrical level 2, before spending the rest of the day reading the Volume 2 skill book. The next day, I headed back to check out my traps to see that all but maybe 5 or 6 had caught rabbits. It wasn't until I got to work picking up those rabbits that I noticed I'd forgotten to read Trapping Volume 2, meaning I'm missing out on a metric shit ton of XP. So, back to reading. By day 57, I was finally ready to hit the traps, hauling in 21 rabbits while knocking out trapping level 3 and most of level 4 in the process. With nothing left to do for the day, I thought about getting in some fishing or mechanics, but ultimately ended up heading over to the warehouses to get some more combat in. It's no secret that my combat has been lacking so far this playthrough. Sure, we have over 1,000 kills already, but when I pull up to the skill panel, it's clear that I could be doing better. During any small breaks in the fighting, I took the time to shred more clothes and gather thread to get me through the final few levels needed for tailoring. This would go on for the remainder of the day, with minimal progress being made. Day 58 was all about trapping and cooking, but mostly trapping. After reaching level 4 that morning, I spent the day reading the next skill book, shout out Slow Reader. With Volume 3 completed though, I began the process of butchering all the rabbits I had lying around the house, before using some of the vegetables I'd harvested to make some insanely loaded meals. Like, just check these out. Day 59 was back to the traps. Luckily for me though, it only takes about 20 minutes to walk out here, and maybe an hour or two to check and rearm the traps, walking away with another massive rabbit haul. Once the traps were reset and baited, it was back to the warehouses to keep smacking zombies with a crowbar. This only lasted for like 20 minutes though, because I got exerted again, and for whatever reason, it just really pissed me off today. I think it was because I was so used to fighting with a 9 or 10 fitness character, and having to go from that down to this was a bit pathetic. So what did I do? Oh, I took out a stop sign and went back home, where I grabbed enough painkillers to incapacitate Charlie Sheen before heading up to the skydeck, where I began a David Goggins-esque regimen of burpees. This wasn't just a one-day thing either, it continued for several days. I was committed to get Jack Trades a six-pack, or send him into cardiac arrest while trying. You guys remember when Build 42 came out and they just took exercise fatigue and renamed it muscle strain and made it so when you swing a weapon 3 times your health menu looks like this? Good times, good times. Thank God they nerfed that. Nothing but a painkillers can't fix though, right? Back to burpees. While we do a little fitness grind montage here, I want to talk on the Exhaustion Boost Fitness mod, because I'm willing to bet that me using it here has already angered the autists on Reddit, so allow me to explain, because this is all legit grinding right now. How could that be, Preds? You're using a weird mod that adds a modifier. Well, that modifier doesn't work when your character has pain attributed to them. If there's an injury, or exercise fatigue, the modifier doesn't activate, meaning that all these days of workouts are operating without the modifier. To make a long story short, anything involving exercise like this is leveled entirely legitimately at a 1-to-1 ratio. There's no boost added on, it's just flat XP rates. The toggle might appear for a second or two, the same way that the panic moodle might appear for a fraction of a second when you run into a zombie, but it disappears before any experience is applied. Speaking of those XP rates though, let's talk about them. I found this breakdown of XP for exercise, and while it may not apply to build 42, it applies to me over on build 41. So shout out Free Real Estate for breaking this down. For starters, the XP applied is based on a 60-minute workout. Burpees give about 130 strength and fitness XP, whereas the individual exercises like squats give 200 to 220, depending on what you're doing. You can read through his post if you want, but to break it down, regularity and how full you are has no impact on XP gains. It takes 90,000 XP to go from level 7 to 8 for fitness and strength, so if you do a 60-minute burpee workout 3 times a day, it would take 230 in-game days to go from level 7 to 8, and there's still 2 more levels to go. If you do only push-ups or squats, it would take 138 days to level up to one of those skills. Again, this is at 3 times per day though, and if you have painkillers or booze, you can get in 8 to 10 in my experience. So there is some room to work with there. That's why the modifier is on there though. It won't impact any actual exercise grinding to get those numbers up, but it will give me an extra 50 here and there while I do things like run from zombies, carry planks around the base, and all the other tedious chores. Honestly, the best way to level fitness and strength passively is to just keep your protein up. Hence the 100 or so rabbits sitting in the freezers at the compound. Rhett has a really good video from a few years ago that explains how all of this works, so I'll link it down in the description because he breaks down how the protein boost works in regards to build 41, and how you're better off just using that for passive gains rather than relying on exercise like I'm doing here. Anyway, hopefully that all makes sense. After about 4 days of doing nothing but burpees, I managed to complete strength level 6, giving me the stout trait. The big difference between level 5 and 6 here is the 5% melee damage boost and the 5% to knockdown chance. There's also the +2 carrying capacity, which is nice as well, but that won't really be all that noticeable at the moment. By day 64, I was running low on painkillers and patience, so instead of squats and burpees, I decided to get back to farming and trapping, after cooking a bunch of rabbit meat, of course. Nothing like having a -200 rabbit to really clog the arteries. Since I just spent the last week or so doing nothing but burpees, enough time had passed that my crops were ready for harvest again, so I got to work doing that and grabbing all of the potatoes while hitting level 9 in the process. All that's left to do now is wait another 3 days or so for the tomatoes to be ready, and we should be able to max out another skill. Before we do that though, it's time for some more trapping and aim walking. How exciting. The skydeck is actually great for this because I just zoom out multiple cells and just set the walk to tile to the very end. Then I hit left control and alt tab out of the game, letting Zomboid do all of the work for me. Completing 1 walk of the skydeck nets me about 4 XP, meaning I'll only have to do this until I blow my brains out in Minecraft. Oh, happy National No Flying Day. Instead of doing anything productive on day 65, I spent practically the entire day cooking all of the frozen rabbits I had lying around. Now, we're already kind of at this point where I'm out of storage for all the rabbits I already have, and we're still pulling in 20 or more every day, and that's without even considering all of the tomatoes that'll be ready for harvest in another day or 2. Seriously, we might have a problem here. What the hell am I gonna do with almost 90 rabbits? Instead of addressing the issue, I did what every other blue-collar dude would do and went outside to work on my shitbox some more. There's still another day or so until the tomatoes are ready for harvest, so to give myself something to do, I knocked out another level in tailoring before spending the rest of the day reading the Volume 4 skill book. Alright, it's time to harvest the tomatoes and finish off our 4th skill. So, what am I gonna do with almost 200 tomatoes? Good question. I don't know. There's no room left in the freezers or the fridge. And at first I tried eating them, but I only got about 4 down before giving up and then just dumping them all in the composter. So remember like 10 days ago when I borrowed enough guns and ammo to take out Nebraska? Well, I think it's time to put them to good use. To our southwest, we'll find the modded city of St. Paulo's Hammer. It was a fan favorite on my Zomboid servers back in the day, but admittedly, I haven't explored much of it. Fun fact, it was actually nicknamed St. Pulch's Crotch, named after one of my admins, who you can probably find in the comment of this video if you look hard enough. Good dude. Anyway, that's not important. What is important is that I know the city is absolutely loaded with car wreckage, which is great for metalworking. So here's the plan. Head back to the warehouses, scoop up the trailer, and drive on down to St. Paulo's Hammer, where I can finally use some of those red, white, and blue firearms. In yet another bout of pure stupidity, I completely forgot to pack all of those propane and welding torches, so after grabbing the trailer, I then parked it on the side of the road and drove all the way back to the base, grabbed the gear, and then drove all the way back to the trailer, reattached it, and continued onward. I'd made it to St. Paulo's by midday and immediately got to work kiting a bunch of zombies around the area. One last thing I forgot was simply all of the metalworking volume books. So this will be more of a phase 1 operation where I just light up a city for a day or two and then start the metalworking grind. Regardless, guns. The fighting continued well into the night, with ThatGuyPredz racking up over 200 kills with his M590 shotgun, giving us enough XP to level up aiming 4 times and reloading twice. As night fell, I moved back towards the shops in the north and tried to clear the stragglers stealthily with a crowbar, but was ultimately pushed back south as the horde flooded through the building. Now, luckily for me, I managed to find a truck sitting in one of the parking lots that I'd been kiting zombies around in. Not only did it have a key in the ignition, but it actually still had a bit of fuel in the tank, allowing ThatGuyPredz to escape with his life. Well, kinda. I say escape, but it was more like lose control of the truck and wipe out in a field miles away from any city, and then deal with the zombies that had wandered over to check out the chaos. This spilled over into day 69 as well, giggity. But after another few hours of slapping zombies around with a crowbar, I was finally able to climb back into the truck and knock out on the passenger seat. Also, I love the idea of someone hopping into a truck on its side, positioning themselves up in the air in the passenger seat, throwing their seatbelt on, and then just trying to sleep while suspended on their side. I don't know why, but that's really funny to me to think about. So, what now? We're a good day or two hike away from the farm, and several hours from St. Paulo's. But St. Paulo's has a car. It'd take about 4 hours before ThatGuyPredz could walk his happy ass back to the entrance of St. Paulo's, where he'd find an army of zombies he dodged the night before. See, you know it's going to be another good day because half the zombies are just black silhouettes. The fight would continue until close to 4 PM that afternoon when I finally ran out of shells and was faced with a pretty big decision. Do I get in the beat up car and drive all the way back to the farm? Or do I stay here and try to figure out a way to thrive in St. Paulo's? It was only after making it back to the car that I realized I still had one more case of shotgun shells. Maybe it was the 96 shells in Jack's backpack, or maybe it was the fact that I didn't want to pass up on all that sweet tailoring XP. But either way, we're back in business. For another hour or two until I ran out of shells again. Luck was on my side though, and even with a red engine, I managed to get it started and peel on out of there. 2 days and all my shotgun ammo later, and we're at 475 firearm kills, 5 aiming levels, and 3 in reloading. Not a bad mini vacation. But now, it's back to finding yet another vehicle that can survive the drive back down. Huh. I wonder who flipped that truck over there. Probably just a chill guy who would appreciate it if you liked the video or subbed or something. I don't know, I didn't ask him, he was talking about rabbits the whole time. As a nice break from combat, day 70 was packed to trapping. Not only did I hit level 6, but I managed to knock out the volume 4 book as well. It wasn't the most exciting day by any means, but it was still progress. Alright, next up we need to find another drivable car. Since I have mechanics level 2 now, I can at least hotwire another vehicle, so as long as I can find one with a working battery, we're golden. And where better to look than the Riverside warehouses yet again. After dealing with a few zombies that had wandered over, I got to work checking over each of the cars until I landed on this sick-ass Survivor Impala. It's in mint condition and just needed to be hotwired. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a car. By day 72, we were ready to head back to St. Paulo's Hammer. This time, equipped with all the metalworking books in the series, and an M14 with over 600 rounds of ammo. The biggest problem was simply getting back. Kinda hard to dodge all of the jaywalkers when there's a thick line of fog covering all of Kentucky. Well, that and reattaching the trailer without alerting all the zombies piling up on the highway. With the trailer hooked back to the car, I managed to head back into St. Paulo's Hammer, where I was immediately driven off the road by the massive horde of zombies that I'd just spent the last few days fighting. This time though, I don't have a shotgun. I have an M14 rifle and 600 rounds of .308 at my disposal. It's time to get to work. Actually, getting to work is kind of an understatement. It took 2 days to rack up 475 kills with the shotgun. Well, in just 1 day's work with the M14, I managed to add on 953 kills, over double that of the shotgun. Sure, it came at the cost of all my ammo, but in just 3 days of fighting, I managed to double my total kill count, bringing it up to 2,700 kills before having to swap back to my trusty crowbar. By this point though, the overwhelming hordes of zombies was reduced to just a few dozen, so I took on the remaining walkers with the crowbar, leveling up Long Blunt in the process and adding an additional 100 kills to the total. It would take the rest of my vitamins and until sunrise on day 73, but we finally managed to clear out that big horde, and we're free to now enter St. Paulo's Hammer. But before that, I've gotta take care of something. Hey, fuck you, I earned this. After almost killing myself from corpse sickness, I wrapped up and spent the rest of the day sleeping in the Impala. So, I just blew through 1,400 zombies. Surely the city's gonna reflect that, right? Wrong. What are you, stupid? There are no happy endings in Project Zomboid. This isn't a weekend at Robert Kraft's estate. Driving through the eastern roads, it doesn't even look like I've been whooping ass here for the last week. So, why am I here again? Well, just take a look at the roads. Ignore the zombies for the moment. See all that wreckage? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? That's metalworking level 10 right there. Unfortunately, we can't just ignore the zombies forever. We're gonna have to get rid of them. To start, I clumped up 100 or so and moved them west before circling back to the car, detaching the trailer, and heading back to the farm to restock and rearm yet again. What will we be heading back in with this time though, Preds? How about a Tech 9? No, not the rapper, this thing that the good old Chicago drug dealers love to whip out. So that thing and a Mini 14 that takes 223 rounds. Why those weapons? It really just came down to how much ammo I had on the reserves, with 223 and 9mm being the most prevalent. One last addition to the gear. I'm bringing 9 spears and 2 batons in addition to a high condition crowbar and all that ammo. The reasoning is simple. I need more weapons when I run out of ammo, and spears give me more range to work with than a crowbar, and always have the potential to one-shot. But to focus on the main weapons, I'm starting with the Mini 14 first, because, just like the regular M14, you can hit collateral shots on zombies, meaning you can hit 2 with 1 bullet. So, if I play my cards right, I should be able to thin out most of the horde before swapping to the Tech 9, and then, if needed, can move over to the spears to clean up the stragglers. But I'll worry about that later. For now, I just need to focus on surviving the hordes piling up in the wreckage. I don't know whether it was just the high pop spawns, or it being a modded city, or just because there was so much happening on screen, but the frames were fighting for their lives here. It actually made me miss Build 42 because there aren't even that many zombies in this horde compared to what I just burned through in the north. At least in this specific ball. I'm sure there's more piled up in the other nearby cells, but dropping to 20 FPS for a majority of this fight was a bit rough to work through. Seriously, how am I even supposed to play right now? Alright, I restarted the game and we're back to like 20 FPS, which is a big step up from the 1 or 2 I was working with a few minutes ago. You know what, I take it back. This is the biggest horde I've fought in so far. Holy shit. The fight continued well into day 76, where I burned through the rest of my 223 ammo. Well, not entirely. There's still like 2 or 3 packs sitting on the ground, but they're currently hidden under the thousands of shambling corpses in the area. Shout out Beaver. After another day of fighting, I'd officially run out of ammo in the Mini 14. Now I did still have a few bottles of vitamins on me, but by this point, I'd been going for well over an hour straight of just shooting zombies. I was starting to get pretty tired of it, so instead of just swapping and continuing, I ran back to the car and began driving back north. Just look at all these zombies still. Now looking at all this, would you believe me if I told you that I tacked on a cool 1,200 kills with the Mini 14? Doesn't look like I've ever even been over here. Instead of driving all the way back to the farm, I jumped the fence near where I spent the last week fighting and found a house to hide in. Okay, by this point, I'm assuming there's at least, 50 to 100 comments asking why I haven't used a Molotov yet. So let's talk about that real quick. To be frank, I need the XP still. Sure, I could kill 2,000 or 3,000 zombies with a single well-placed Molotov, but that's 2,000 or 3,000 kills worth of experience that I desperately need. Arguably, more than anything else right now. My combat skills are the lowest category so far, aside from maybe agility, and that's only because I don't have a need to boost my stealth or light-footed skill yet. Hopefully that all makes sense. Don't worry, I'm planning on using them eventually. I just don't want to burn down an entire city while also losing out on hundreds of watches and an extra aiming level or two in the process. I'd spend the rest of day 76 in the house hiding from the outside world and remembering simpler times, like when I caught my first shiny Gyarados in Pokemon Go. Good times. After a good night's rest, I grabbed close to 1,000 rounds of 9mm ammo and headed back into the fray. With that 1,000 rounds of ammo, I chalked up another 250 kills with the Tech 9 before swapping back to the crowbar. This only lasted for a few minutes until I got stuck on a car and almost ended the run, at which point I ran back to the car and drove all the way back to the house in the north. Heading into day 78, I took the morning to collect an additional 40 maggots along with a few extra knives from all the corpses in the north. The knives will come in handy for spear making or just to use as weapons, whereas the maggots will obviously be used as bait for fishing. For the first time in over a week though, it's time to get back to the melee grind. Starting off with the spears. This was much more difficult than firearms for obvious reasons, but mainly due to the stamina burn. I spent most of the morning dealing with exertion and barely picking off any of the zombies that I'd managed to single out. By that afternoon, I'd managed to make it back to the car and drive north until it cleared out some more. It also gave me time to get rid of the exertion before another round of fighting. This only lasted about an hour or so until I ran out of spears, but just look at that XP. We're in a race against the clock here, due to the corpses deteriorating in about a week's time, and since I've been fighting out here for several days now, we're only a couple days away from those dead zombies becoming skeletons, and taking with them all of that sweet, sweet loot and tailoring XP. It's day 79, and we're right back where we left off. But this time, I brought a rifle and 300 rounds with me, so, you know, the same, but different. God, my high school English teacher would be so proud of me for sneaking in a George Orwell reference. Quick fourth wall break, though, real quick. Quick, editor, slap up a shot of an angry me on the screen. I say this as a bookworm, so just know, this is coming from from someone who voluntarily goes to Barnes & Noble. We all read the books. You're not interesting because you read The Color Purple. They're the same reading level as 50 Shades of Grey, okay? Can we just stop with all this bullshit book club stuff? Also, stop laying on the floor in bookstores to read. That's weird. I don't know why people do that. Just sit at a table. There's hundreds of them and they're free. Anyway, enjoy more combat. At one point, all of the zombies just kind of gave up and stood around for a bit. No idea why, but I don't know if it's a line of sight thing that was bugged or what, but they just kind of stood around for a bit before they self-corrected. It had literally no impact on the playthrough, but I just wanted you to know, so, you know, do with that information what you will. So here's the spear strand I started working with. I moved the car near some wreckage and started looping these smaller pockets of zombies around the cars. Once we reached the next cell, I'd loop back up to the car where I could rest for a few minutes until the horde made its way over, at which point I'd hop out and repeat the process. Okay, I know it's been a lot of combat, so here's what we're gonna do. We'll plug some highlights in or something and then just skip to whenever something interesting happens. Deal? After 4 more days of fighting, good God, I finally ran out of weapons. Just look at the carnage. Now look at how many zombies are still left. And this is only one of the roads. There's still a whole nother road, by the way. No sense in staying here, considering I have no more weapons, so I stole a truck and headed back to base. Again. This time, though, instead of only grabbing a few weapons, I went a bit overboard. 46 spears, 2 hammers, my last crowbar, 5 hand axes, and 3 shovels. Oh, and another rifle with an additional 420 rounds of 38 special. Honestly, if this isn't enough, I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I don't even care about the metalworking XP. I just want the tailoring XP at this point. It's just sitting there. It's gonna go away soon. Legit, like, fuck metalworking. We're just here for tailoring at this point. Just give me rip sheets, thread, and digital watches, please and thank you. You guys want to see something cool? I wasn't sure how flooded St. Paul's actually was. Like, I'd heard how it's got Louisville-esque spawns, but didn't believe it, so I hopped over to debug mode to check it out, and just look at this. That yellow blotch is the current cell. At least most of that is zombies inside buildings as well, so I shouldn't have to deal with the bulk of them, just whichever groups migrate back into the roads. With that, enjoy the montage. At some point throughout the day, I managed to hit fitness level 5, but didn't notice it happening. Likely because I was so distracted with the Winchester. Even after running out of ammo yet again, I just swapped to a shovel and continued until that broke as well. Now by that point, it was already nearing sunrise on day 85, and the corpse sickness was starting to set in, so I dipped back out to the house in the north to recover and plan my next steps. After spending the morning stabbing zombies with spears, I looked up to notice that the area appeared fully cleared out. Now to just find the old trailer and start metalworking. To think that this road used to be covered in corpses. All of those ripped sheets, just gone. At least I made it back to the trailer though. While fighting through some of the stragglers, I did manage to level up my spear skill to level 4, finishing off the requirements for the Wildsman trait, which gives a 75% XP boost to spear, cooking, and foraging. Those requirements were spear level 4, and survivalist skills totaling 8 levels, along with at least 1 level in all survivalist skills, and 200 spear kills. It would take the rest of day 85 to secure the eastern road, but finally, after God knows how many days, I was able to begin looting the corpses. To help with the corpse sickness, I hopped in the truck and would drive down to the end of the road and then speed up time. At least with build 41, speeding up time doesn't change the speed of the vehicle, so you can move slowly while chugging through an hour or so, which in turn reduces corpse sickness without me having to expend a shit ton of fuel or pulling additional zombies into the region. Oh, and to answer the inevitable, "where are you sleeping?" question, I'm not. I've just been looting tons of vitamin bottles and protein bars from zombie corpses. Vitamins give -2 fatigue per serving, and each protein bar does 5. Pair that with the wakeful trait, and congrats, you never have to sleep again. You know, I completely forgot that I had any loot in this thing, so this was like a mini Christmas in October. Anyway, with the rest of the day opened up, I spent my time shredding clothes, netting me over 255 thread, on top of the 150 or so that I looted yesterday. It got so bad that I had to start consolidating all of it so that it would fit into the truck bed. Now I could have used the trailer here, but I'm saving all that for the scrap metal I'm about to walk away with in the morning. I honestly could have just spent another 2 days or so just looting the corpses and gathering thread, but that's not why I started this mission all those weeks ago. No, it's time for metalworking. Most of day 87 wasn't even spent disassembling vehicles though. Instead, it was mainly this. Yep, reading. How exciting. When it comes to looting, I'm gonna take the easier approach of simply leaving everything on the floor. It's not because I don't want any of it, it's just a pain in the ass to loot everything with all of the corpses littering the road. I'll need to wait for them to fully decompose in a few days, and then it'll be as easy as walking around and picking stuff up off the road. And that's really how the next several days went. I'd disassemble a few vehicles, kill a pocket of zombies migrating into the cell, then disassemble some more wreckage before reaching the next level cap, and then hiding in the truck while I spend an entire day trying to read instructions on how to keep doing what I've already been doing for days. It wasn't all metalworking grind though. I did manage to level up my spear skill again, unlocking the Tavern Brawler trait. That one isn't really important at all. It just basically allows you to deal more damage with random items like pool cues, none of which I'll ever be using in this playthrough. It also doesn't come with any combat XP boosts, so aside from taking up a spot on my info menu, it's pointless to me. On top of that, I also managed to level up my Nimble skill to level 2. We're getting there, folks. It would take until the end of day 95 for me to max out the metalworking skill. That's right, it took almost 3 full weeks of fighting my way through the main street to St. Paulo's to max 1 skill. In the process, I ended up gaining several other skills such as nimble, spears, long blunt, maintenance, aiming and reloading, and sprinting, not to mention the fact that we're up to almost 7,000 kills and my favorite weapon is still a crowbar. But now that it's over, we can thankfully put this city behind us. I know there's an armory in the south still that we could hit up, but I have a few other places I want to visit instead, so I'm gonna do that. But first, it's time to pick up all this scrap. Day 96 was primarily spent working on the base some more, or rather, working on shit around the base, such as fixing up the generator, checking the remaining traps and setting new ones, and then organizing all of that gear that I'd collected from my time in St. Paulo's. When I wasn't doing that, I was disassembling around 200 watches, cameras, and radios to hit electrical level 3. It wasn't until I was cleaning out the truck that I found another 100 or so pieces of equipment to disassemble, getting me the rest of the way to level 4, so I'll plan to spend day 97 reading the next skill book. For now though, I still have hundreds of items that need sorting. On top of hitting level 4, I was also granted the Tinkerer trait. To obtain it, I needed to have a combined level of 12 between electricity, mechanics, and tailoring, meaning we now have that 75% XP boost in electrical, mechanics, and tailoring. I started off day 97 by leveling up trapping to 7 before shaving my face and bathing myself for the first time in 100 days. Baby-faced and smelling of the finest rainwater, I took a few hours to read the next electrical skill book before getting started on building out more storage. This was desperately needed for a number of reasons. For starters, just look at the bedroom. I'm out of space for ripped sheets, thread, scrap electronics, and electronic equipment in general. And that's just the bedroom. Don't even think about asking where all the metal from St. Paulo's is gonna end up. It's this, it's the corner, it's this, that's it right there, that thing. Now, one thing I desperately needed to do is start leveling my mechanics skill. Due to my, adventurous driving tendencies, I constantly find myself needing to make repairs that I don't have the levels to pull off efficiently. So it looks like it's back to the warehouses. Don't worry though, I'm taking a few weapons with me to start working on other combat skills so that it looks less empty. Not like there's a ton of zombies in the area though, at least compared to St. Paulo's. Instead, most of my time was spent grinding out mechanics levels 3 and 4. Not bad for only a few hours of work. After reading the next skill book, I headed out to check my traps and ended up hitting trapping level 8 in the process, paving the way for me to read the final trapping skill book. To follow up on trapping, I got insanely lucky on day 99 and walked over to see almost every trap had been tripped, boosting me through level 9 and halfway to level 10. If everything goes well, I should be able to max out the skill on day 100. Now with that out of the way, it's back to mechanics grinding. I want to get at least 2 more levels before I start repairing the truck, mainly due to the boosted efficiency I'll get from them. It's day 100, and to celebrate, I read Mechanics Volume 4. How exciting. With the reading taken care of, it was over to the traps one final time to harvest the 12 rabbits needed to finally max out the trapping skill, marking the 6th maxed skill of the playthrough. Next up, truck repairs. I needed a new windshield and left window, but to start, I repaired the hood and trunk on the truck, along with fixing up the trailer. There's 2 targets I want to hit up before heading out on another slaughter fest. Those being the surplus store in the southwest of the map, and the gun store next to Twiggy's. Those two should be enough to get me to max level aiming. If nothing else, it'll be enough firepower to get me to the next location. The military surplus store is just east of St. Paulo's, so it took most of the morning to get there, but it was a relatively quiet drive all things considered. I'm still rocking axes, batons, and survival knives for this run, so equipped with those, I got to work clearing the area before settling in to loot the surplus store. Not a bad haul. Instead of heading back to the farm the following morning, I changed course and continued south towards Rosewood. I figured if I'm already all the way out here, I might as well hit up the fire station and prison for the extra gear. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot I added grapeseed to this playthrough. It's such a great small town to add in, I highly recommend it to anyone still hanging around in Build 41. Anyway, welcome to Rosewood. After arriving at the fire station, I got to work looting the interior, where I killed an off-brand Gerald Williams hiding out in the infirmary. Next up, the prison. I started off by grouping up all the zombies in the parking lot, while also pulling them from the armory in the hopes of them destroying all of the doors inside. As everyone knows, the worst part about prison was the Dementors, but thankfully this is Zomboid, and I don't have that mod, so we're completely fine. After spending a few minutes grouping up the zombies, I booked it inside and up to the armory. This was short-lived, however, when a group of zombies followed me up, forcing me to retreat to the rooftop, where I queued up the Foo Fighters and aimed for the bushes. Not a great haul from what I was hoping for, but it was better than nothing. Day 103 was mostly a wash. I spent the better half of the day dropping all of my gear off in my makeshift storage area, but ran into problems almost immediately when I maxed out most of the storage. Because of this, I decided to create a small weapons armory consisting mostly of tables that I could display my firearms and other weapons on. I know it's not super pretty to look at the moment, but since I'm not running any build menu mods, this is the best I can do with what I have. Heading into day 104, I got an early start on the long drive ahead of me and began my journey back east. In lieu of firearms, I'm packing an axe, 2 survival knives, 2 cheap survival knives, 2 club hammers, 4 hand axes and hatchets, 4 hunting knives, and 2 machetes. As much as I'd love to go in guns blazing again, I really need to start burning through some of these weapons, considering almost all of my storage crates are at capacity. It ended up taking most of the day and the rest of my engine's life to just make it to West Point from the farm, because this is Kentucky, and there's nothing here but open fields, shattered dreams, and meth heads. Anyway, welcome to Twiggy's. 2 levels worth of blade skills later, and I'm ready to loot stendos. Another great haul that'll set me up to finish off both aiming and reloading. Instead of heading back overnight, I crushed some bourbon and passed out on the 2nd floor of Twiggy's. Normally, I'd drive back now, but the engine's shot, so it was over to the Giga Mart to find another vehicle, after dealing with some of the zombies idling around. In between waves of zombies, I did manage to find another truck, but it was out of fuel, prompting me to head into the Giga Mart to find some water bottles that could be used to siphon fuel out of the McCoy logging truck I'd been rocking since St. Paulo's. Not sure how it happened, but evidently I spent practically the entire day at the fucking grocery store. I didn't manage to leave the parking lot until well after 6 p.m. that night, only for the truck to bug out and get stuck doing these sick-ass donuts in the middle of the highway. Day 106 was more prep work for the long haul. I spent the morning organizing all of the guns and ammo that I left West Point with, sorting it all into their designated crates based on ammo type and preference. When that was finished, though, it was back to something I hadn't done in weeks. Base building. In the wise words of the late great Ned Stark, winter is coming. And I am not prepared for that. So instead of looking for an antique oven or grabbing a bunch of logs to keep the oven lit for the entire winter, I instead opted to take a sledgehammer to my current safe house, removing all the windows and destroyed doors from the building. Once that was completed, I used some of these spare metalworking parts to craft a steel ladder that I attached to a 2nd-story window. That would be my new entrance. But Preds, why are you working so hard to create the Bin Laden compound? Well, voices in my head, it's simple. Once the first snow falls upon this dump, I will take every painkiller I have lying around and head to the ground floor where I will embark on the greatest burpee marathon this game has ever seen. But before I do that, there's still work to be done. Oh no, it's here. Alright, time to stay true to my word. Over the last month or so, I've managed to hoard 30 sets of painkillers that'll be used to offset the effects of exercise fatigue and allow me to continue grinding burpees instead of waiting hours for the pain to go away. Early on in the grind, I was burning through Charlie Sheen levels of painkillers, often more than 1 set a day. Sure, long term, maybe not the best play, but it did allow me to get in around 15 60-minute sets of burpees in a single day. At my best, I was pulling in over 2,500 XP per day at this point, leading me to hit strength level 7 by day 112. Fast forward another 8 days or so and I hit fitness level 6, giving me an additional 10% endurance recovery rate and the fit trait, at the cost of the rest of my painkillers. But that's okay, because by this point, I'm no longer getting pain from exercise fatigue. Truth be told, I'm not sure if that's just from maxing the exercise regularity, or if it's just bugged, but I'm not going to question it. Of course, I say that, but after taking 4 doses of antidepressants and passing out, I woke up the next morning to find ThatGuyPredz experiencing excruciating pain due to, you guessed it, exercise fatigue. That's not the only problem I was faced with though, as I'd finally burned through the rest of my fuel on the generator outside, meaning we're gonna need to make the trip back into Riverside to refuel. This actually went way better than expected, and I only ran into a few zombies, allowing me to fully refuel and head back to the compound by 10 o'clock that morning. With the power finally restored to the compound, it was time to get back to the burpee grind. So I think I found another bug, but I can't tell if it's intended or if I broke something. But as long as I keep the exercise menu open, I can continue spamming burpees through the extreme pain. Meaning all those fitness bro influencers on TikTok would be so proud of me. All I need to do now is post one of those morning routine videos where I wake up with my mouth taped and spend 3 hours doing nothing but drinking water and pretending to be important. another in-game month and a real-life day dedicated to doing nothing but burpees, and we're up to strength level 8. The biggest takeaway from this was the extra 5% damage boost from melee weapons, and the gym goer trait. Actually, this might be the best trait I've gotten so far because it doubles the effectiveness of workouts, meaning I'm able to do double the XP from each set of burpees. Day 155 featured a short break from the grind, mainly because I was running low on food. Kinda. I still had lentils and some chips and chocolate and stuff, but my main rabbit supply had been completely depleted. Thankfully, I still had 20-something traps out in the woods and was able to begin restocking. Over the next few days, I'd wake up every morning, check the traps, rearm them using my supply of potatoes and tomatoes, cook the rabbits, and then get back on track for several hours of burpees until passing out from exhaustion. Mary Chrysler, this sucks. I'm not having fun anymore. This is not an enjoyable experience. But we have to keep going. On the bright side, it only took about 50 days of burpees and squats to reach fitness level 7. This was actually a massive deal because it unlocked the Hardy trait. For those who don't know what that is, it essentially gives you 5 endurance points, so every time you drop to exerted, it spends one of those tokens and boosts you back to like 85% endurance. In short, it effectively gives you like 40 or 50 endurance points when it's full. Now that sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's still not enough to finish a full 60-minute set of burpees without hitting excessive exertion, so not all that much changes in terms of fitness. But it'll definitely come in handy when it's time to get back into combat. But when you pair that with the gym goer trait, we're getting double the XP from exercise, and we're able to exercise longer before hitting excessive exertion, so it all starts coming together. Now, granted, the grind is just beginning. For the final fitness levels, we need 90k XP for level 8, 120k for level 9, and 150k for level 10, meaning I need 360,000 XP for both skills to max them out. So 720,000 XP. God. With Gym Goer and Hardy, I'm back up to around 2,600 XP per day, so if that keeps up, it'll still take well over 100 days if I stay with burpees for both fitness and strength. And then you still have to factor in the Nimble Grind, which I haven't even started yet. So here's the plan, because I can't keep doing this forever, it's one of the most boring aspects of this game, and hopefully this video highlights just how absolutely fucking absurd this is. So, okay, plan. I'm gonna do nothing but squats until New Year's. Then, starting January 1st, Nimble Grind. That'll go until I can't take it anymore, and then, I don't know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh, and at some point, I did end up gaining the Pack Mule trait, which just scales your inventory weight based on your strength level. That started off as the Pack Mouse when I first started, which is why my carrying capacity was like 4 at the beginning of the game. Look how far we've come. For reference, Gym Goer requires a combined fitness and strength level of 14, or 7 in each skill to obtain. Pack Mule apparently requires strength level 9, but I'm currently at 8, so I'm not sure if it's just bugged, or if there's a separate metric involved that I'm unaware of. Pack Mouse was removed at level 7, so I'm also wondering if it's one of those things where you get it as soon as XP is gained towards level 9, but I'm not positive. And then Hardy just requires fitness 7. Again, probably the most impactful trait I've been able to obtain this far into the playthrough. Anyway, for the hell of it, I counted how many squats I could do in an in-game day if I started at midnight and managed to get in 12 exercises before I was too tired to regain any endurance. When you add that with the Gym Goer and squats XP, that's well over 12,000 XP per day, which is fucking mind-blowing. And that was stopping at 5 PM. If I wanted to spam vitamins, I could probably get a few more in as well, which is insane. With more traits, I feel like the case needs to be made to just focus on squats or sit-ups or dumbbell curls solely instead of splitting XP with burpees. For reference, I think at my peak I was getting close to 6,000 combined XP with burpees. So fitness alone is going from 2,600 on average to just over 12,000 on average. A 10k XP per day boost. Happy New Year. I lied. I'm going to finish out fitness level 8 because I'm only about 25,000 XP away from it, and with this new method, that's only about 3 days of work. What an absolute waste of time. This was almost 80 straight in-game days of burpees and squats, and there's still 2 more levels to go each. But I'll worry about that in a while, because now it's time for the Nimble Grind. Alright, let's get to work. Utilizing the sky deck, I could walk the entire platform in about 1 in-game hour, which is great for keeping track of XP splits and helped me figure out how long this was gonna take. So, on average, I was racking in 3.84 XP per in-game hour. That was based off of every tick in the top left corner. 1 tick is 0.32 XP, with some being 0.65 or double ticking in short duration. So round that up to 4 XP per in-game hour, and then multiply that by 18 hours, which is about how long I can do this per in-game day before needing to sleep. Shout out Wakeful. And you end up with an average XP gain of 72 XP per day. Now, obviously that's not 100% accurate. Some days will bring in more and some less, but that's the estimated average for the Skydeck strat. That would equal out to about 72 XP per real-life hour, meaning without any XP boosts, this entire grind would take well over 100 hours to complete. I record in 10 to 12 hour segments for the most part, so 10 to 12 real-life days, 2 weeks of nothing but Nimble. If that sounds brutal, it's because it is. Whoever decided this skill needed to be RNG based for XP deserves a lifetime of supply of crayons and helmets, because I do not see how this was ever signed off as a good idea for such an important skill. It's also worth mentioning that it won't actually take that long to pull off. I'll get a Nimble trait at level 4, I think, and that'll give me an additional 25% XP boost to get me up to 75%. If you don't know, it's not actually a 75% XP boost when you get it. Your standard XP rate is 50. 1 boost gets you to 75, and 2 boosts in a skill gets you to 100, meaning by default, you're only earning 50% XP towards a skill without any boosts from traits. Make it make sense. So what did I do during this annoying ass grind? Well, I did some editing, I cleaned around the house, played some Retro Bowl, but ultimately, I ended up grinding my group Iron Man character on old school RuneScape. Not even kidding, here's the setup I was working with. It would take almost 4 straight days of grinding this to finish off level 3. Meaning, I spent a little over 3 hours doing nothing but watching Jack Trades walk back and forth on this Skydeck, and then clicking the opposite end every couple minutes. If I read the dynamic traits sheet correctly, I need to be Nimble 4 to unlock the flexible trait, which will give us that XP boost up to 75%, making it a little easier to knock out those few in the middle before we end up back in those late stages. Now, I'm not going to be able to sit here for the next 70 or 80 hours that it's going to take to finish off the skill. Instead, I'll grind until level 4, and then we'll get back to some combat, because while it may only be about 10 minutes of a video for you guys, behind the scenes, it's been almost 2 full weeks of recording the strength, fitness, and nimble grind, and I'm sick of it. So while you watch this short compilation of me knocking out level 4, allow me to walk through the plan. Once I have the flexible trait, I'm going to spend another few days working on cars to hopefully finish off mechanics. I figure that'll take several days to complete, but once that's done, I'll move on to reloading, because it's currently over 2 levels below aiming. So the goal is to get that up to level 8 before heading back out into the field. Once that's out of the way, I'm gonna load up the trailer with as much gear as it can hold, and head back to where it all began, with the goal of finishing off the grind in Louisville. I have a few ideas to keep combat interesting, as well as some meme strats to put on display, so hopefully we can end this all with a bang. In terms of traits that I should be targeting, Thuggish and Practice Swordsman both require short and long skills to combine for 10, so 5 levels in each skill to unlock, with both providing the same bonus, where Thuggish gives a 25% boost to short and long blunt skills, while Practice Swordsman applies the same boost to short and long blade. And as I was typing this, I alt-tabbed out instead of clicking and accidentally knocked poor Jack Trades off the Skydeck, fracturing his right shin. Great. Oh, on the bright side, he does have first aid maxed, so we can still jog instead of limping everywhere. There's also still some skills to grind out here while I heal up, so if there was ever going to be a broken limb in this playthrough, this was probably the best time for it to happen. It's also worth mentioning that with level 10 first aid, we do have that 11 times fracture healing speed applied, so while this would normally take like a month to work through, it'll likely only take us a few days, maybe a week at most. The best part is we'll be able to document it here, so you'll have a pretty solid idea of how quickly a severe fracture can heal with first aid level 10 while still walking around on it. With that though, the rest of day 184 was spent entirely working on Nimble, going from 0.87 at midnight to just under 58 XP by 9 PM the following night. After just one day, the fracture had already begun healing, losing its severe tag and allowing me to fully sprint again. Distracted by this new information, I climbed down the ladder and was almost met with a run ender when I failed to notice a zombie sitting right next to it. Luckily, I was able to push it over before it could bite, giving me a few minutes to lower my blood pressure back down before continuing. With the wall patched up, I turned my focus to some other skills, mainly because grinding Nimble makes me want to rip my hair out. Anyway, looking at mechanics, tailoring, and foraging, I decided to focus on the latter first. Mainly because, as I've said 2 or 3 times in this video, foraging was a mess in Build 41, especially in Louisville, as seen earlier in the video, so I didn't want to try and spend all of my time hunting for active cells, not to mention all of the zombies over there. So instead, I figured it'd be better to knock it out here and get it over with. It also allows me to train Nimble more passively, since I'll still be walking around in aiming mode for that 33% boost. Progress was swift, and I managed to knock out levels 5 and 6 in a single day before sitting down to read Foraging Volume 4. Day 186 brought the same energy, more spinning around like a methed out lunatic while picking up random sticks and stones and junk, more levels being tacked on. I managed to knock out Foraging levels 7 and 8 before 1 PM, and was able to knock out the final Foraging Volume 5 book in that same day. Oh, and our fracture is fully healed, so what, 3 days if you want to count the day of the injury? Keep in mind, for the One Painful Year video, it took like a month to heal up. I woke up on day 187 determined to max out foraging. While it may have taken a bit longer than the 2 previous days, I did still manage to knock out levels 9 and 10 within that same day, completing the 7th skill of the playthrough. But why stop there? Why not go for the 8th skill? Tailoring. I've got thousands of ripped sheets and leather strips lying around, so why not put them to use? Hell, it's literally as easy as setting and forgetting. With that, I was able to knock out levels 7 and 8 before 10 o'clock that morning, and was even able to read the Volume 5 book before the end of the day. Day 189 was spent maxing tailoring, with Jack Trades finishing off skill number 8 by lunchtime. With a lot of these skills, you'll start to notice that you can really distill them down to 1 or 2 needs, but are mostly hollow. While I'd push back on something like foraging that has really solid scaling based on levels, other skills like mechanics or tailoring is literally just repeating the same task over and over and over again, at least throughout the lifespan of Build 41. Or how about the electrical skill? While I missed hitting level 5 because I had OBS paused, I hate the fact that the only tangible way to gain XP is by disassembling items or repairing generators. I'm not sure why you have some skills gain XP through crafting items like carpentry and metalworking, but don't apply that same principle to other skills like electrical. What I mean is, why do you not gain any XP for crafting things like noisemakers, but you do when crafting items like spears? Using mods like Better Electronics allows you to do things like sort through electrical scrap, which uses 2 scrap to find anything in the electronic crafting pool, such as amplifiers, receivers, wires, and so on. That seemed a bit OP though, so I won't be continuing with that, just showing that it is possible with mods to do more with scrap electronics, rather than just hoarding them in some crate. But to revisit the whole electronics XP issue, why do you not gain it for crafting things like noisemakers, but you do get it for disassembling those items? That doesn't make any sense to me. It would take more knowledge to put one together rather than just taking it apart, would it not? Anyway, I ended the day with some mechanics grinding, not that it did much, but progress was progress. So we've got 8 skills maxed, but why not go one step further and go for 9? Cue day 190, which brought some more mechanics grinding. This time, back at the warehouse parking lot. Keeping true to the newfound tradition, I managed to tack on 2 mechanic levels over the course of the day, boosting Jack Trades up to level 8, after which I drove back home and read the final mechanics skill book. With the last skill book completed, it's time to round out mechanics, starting with the shit boxes posing as lawn ornaments in the driveway. When those were completed, I moved back to the warehouse parking lot where I worked on several vehicles before finally maxing out the mechanics skill that night. The biggest benefit from maxing the mechanics skill is the fact that each spare engine part that I loot can repair 4% of a standard vehicle engine, or 3% from a sports car engine. That's huge considering they're hard to come by in the apocalypse. With mechanics completed, all that's left from the crafting tree is electrical, and while I'm fairly certain I could get close to that with some cheesy mod options, I'm gonna save it and go about that grind in a more traditional method. I don't see it being much of a problem considering I still have every combat skill to max out, and I can't imagine there'll be a massive shortage of digital watches and walkie-talkies on the thousands of corpses that I'm about to pile up. With that, I've had about 4 hours left in my day for recording, so I spent that time knocking out Nimble level 4. Kinda. I spent the next 4 hours of my time getting close to hitting level 4, before calling it a day and resuming progress the next morning. In total, it took over 9 days, or around 8.5 real-life hours for those curious, of doing nothing but walking back and forth on the sky deck. This seemed to go by faster than the level 3 grind, but I'm just chalking it up to the RNG gods taking pity on me. On the bright side, I have Nimble 4 now, which comes with the flexible trait, and when you combine that with Fast Learner, I'm going from 0.3 XP per tick to 1.3 XP with every tick. For some quick math to keep me occupied, I went ahead and tracked 1 in-game hour of the new XP rates, and managed to bring in about 13 XP per hour. Multiplying that by 18 hours per in-game day for time spent grinding it, and we get 234 XP per day, or real-life hour, give or take a few minutes. Granted, that's only 1 in-game hour's worth of data, so it's unreliable at best, but at least it gave me a rough indication of how much of my life I needed to spend doing this in the future. So what's next? Well, Fitness 9, of course. I need 120,000 XP to hit level 9, which will give me 3% less endurance loss, down to 46, an endurance recovery of 155 from 150, 18% attack speed instead of 16, and the athletic trait. Once I have that, we'll finally look to get the hell out of Riverside. If we're going by my previous data of just over 12,000 XP per day with squats, this should only take about 10 days. Really, even less if you count starting from the 26th, as I managed to get in several hours on day 200. Funny enough, it would take exactly 10 days of doing nothing but squatting in the living room to reach fitness level 9. You know, come to think of it, the only thing missing from Jack Trades becoming a millionaire overnight was a shitty Logitech camera and no self-respect. Alright, on to reloading. This sucked. I spent all day loading and unloading various magazines, all for a fraction of the XP I was getting early on. It was only after waking up on day 212 that I noticed why. For whatever reason, I'm now only getting 37% of the XP I was originally pulling in. This is applied on level 5 for aiming and reloading, and it's meant as a soft cap for players who don't spec into anything firearm related. This is a major problem, because it just makes aiming and reloading take 3 times as long to pull off. Instead of sitting around and working on that though, I figured I'd be way more productive if I just leveled that through fighting and then grinding the remaining XP needed at the end. Just sucks that I spent an entire day farming it and walked away with less than 100 XP to show for it. The decision to do this is questionable at best and downright idiotic at worst. Again, it's another untold, or rather hidden, mechanic or feature in the game that can only be found through debug mode or using the more descriptions for traits mod. There's no warning to the player, you're just penalized because you wanted to shoot guns that you found in the game. Anyway, I spent the rest of the day loading up the trailer with all the weapons and ammo I could fit inside of it. For melee, I started with anything that had max or near max condition, and then worked my way down. For guns, I went with whatever I had the most ammo for, ranging from shotguns to deagles to AK-47s. I'm basically prepping to no rush in the Louisville checkpoint, so the more the merrier. This spilled over into day 213 when the trailer was loaded to capacity, leaving me to fill up the truck bed as well. After taking a short nap, I prepared 3 hot meals for the coming journey, threw the generator in the passenger seat, attached the trailer to the truck, and set off to reclaim my home. The most bittersweet part of this wasn't even leaving the compound, it was knowing that I was leaving behind hundreds of planks, logs, and spears, all of which would be incredibly useful in Louisville, all to free up just a bit more space for the weapons and ammo in the trailer. It would take the rest of day 213 and the start of 214 to reach the military checkpoint, bringing us to our first combat montage in Louisville. Now, listen. I know at the beginning, I said I wasn't going to use them because they were too OP, but I thought this would be a funny and enjoyable way to break up the monotony of combat. So I threw on some Bandos armor, hopped out of the truck, and got to work in an attempt to reclaim my honor and one day hopefully be let back through Lumbridge gates. After several hours of fighting and 1 level in Longblade later, the checkpoint appeared at least mostly clear, so I started looting the nearby tents for M16 magazines and boxes of 5.56 ammo. There's still an entire second half of the checkpoint to loot, but there's no real sense in doing that right now if the truck and trailer are at capacity. So instead of continuing that, I piled up all the loot I'd gathered and moved the truck up to the checkpoint exit, where I got back to work fighting my way through the sea of zombies waiting for me. And thus, the process repeated. I'd move the truck up, honk the horn a few times to pull the zombies over, then spend hours leveling my attack, strength, and defense skills with the greatest free-to-play weapon to ever exist. After a hard day's work of fighting, it was time to head home. On the bright side, Louisville feels even more overrun than when I left it like 200 days ago. Something that'll work to my advantage, considering I still need to max out all of my combat skills. It's good to be back. Heading into day 216, it was time to get to work. The church is in bad shape, there's no denying that. It's actually a bit insane to think I used to base back here when I had absolutely no skills. Well, the first step to this, chop down a bunch of logs to use in defenses and storage areas. The logs all chopped up, I got started sledging the windows and any of the destroyed doors in order to replace them with new wooden walls. For the remaining doors that weren't destroyed, I went ahead and welded them shut. To cap off the day, I built out a small catwalk on the second floor leading to a rope ladder that takes you down into the parking lot. For day 217, I sledged both staircases and built out a catwalk on the second floor of the church. This led over to the eastern windows on the opposite end of the parking lot, where I added additional rope ladders leading down into the backyard. With all of that built out, I got to work destroying the pews to create a more open concept. This continued into the morning of day 218 when I finally removed the last of the pews from the ground floor. Now all I need to do is find a large supply of trees that I can convert into storage crates for all of the gear sitting in the truck. Since I don't have the wood needed to make the crates currently, I just started grabbing handfuls of my shit and tossing it onto the floor, making one giant pile that would definitely crash any public Zomboid server if it happened in multiplayer. Trust me, I know from experience. I love how it's raining outside despite being 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that totally makes sense. It shouldn't be snowing despite being 10 degrees below freezing. And for those of you already frantically typing in the comments, do you really think this game has a system to detect differential air temperatures needed to create freezing rain in the game that, prior to Build 42, has 7 stories of altitude to work with? Or maybe, is it more likely that they just guessed a number that didn't line up with it when you typically see snow falling? The cheesehead in me was so disgusted by this that I did the exact same thing I had already been doing and continued with my day because it's a video game and it's not that fucking serious. It's important to note that I haven't forgotten all the gear I left at the military checkpoint. Don't worry, we're going back for it. The truck's engine is shot to hell, but the van out in the parking lot is still in decent condition. I remember back at the start, the only issue I had with it was that I couldn't find a key and didn't have the ability to hotwire yet, but we've come a long way since then. After siphoning some fuel from the truck, I made plans to head back out with the van tomorrow. The drive back to the checkpoint was fine, I guess, aside from when I almost totaled the van by slamming it into a cardboard box apparently filled with titanium. Boxes aside, I did manage to level up Longblade to level 4 after hitting one singular zombie, so that was cool. Glad to see the military recruitment standards haven't changed. Anyway, while here, I realized why should I be wasting my time chopping trees to gather wood to build crates when I could just take the military crates sitting around the checkpoint. Not like they have a use for them anymore, right? After loading up the trunk to capacity, I got to work looting the rest of the checkpoint. This was short-lived, however, when I happened across another armory under a tent, meaning we'll have to come back to continue looting. Or I could stay here and thin out the hordes up at the intersection, to make driving back a little easier in this part of the map. Oh look, another armory. I'm just kidding, I knew about this one. Equipped with just under 500 shotgun shells, I headed out on the morning of day 220 to do the impossible and thin out the hordes. After tossing my Bando's armor because it got stale after a few days. So, let's talk about firearms real quick, because that minus 63% experience is a major problem. There are 3 dynamic traits that can be lost or gained in the firearms category. For starters, Anti-Gun Activist. This one isn't important to me since I didn't start with it. It's an aiming debuff that makes you depressed when you use guns and is removed at aiming level 6 with 600 firearm kills. That leaves 2 traits to gain that will help with offsetting the XP debuff. First is Prowess Guns. Now, to obtain this, I need to have at least level 8 aiming, have a combined firearms level of 16, meaning aiming and reloading have to total 16 levels, and I need to have at least 800 firearm kills. This means that I need to go through at least 3 more reloading levels and half an aiming level before I can offset the XP debuff and start earning at a normal rate again. The final trait on the list is Terminator. For that, you need a minimum of 1.4 thousand firearm kills, and for all firearm and nimble skills to total 28, meaning I'll need to max aiming and reloading and get nimble to level 8 before I unlock the trait, making it essentially useless to us for this specific portion of the grind. In short, I just need to deal with the XP debuff and stop complaining about it, no matter how completely fucking stupid I think it is. So, enjoy the montage. Just after midnight on day 221, I ran out of shotgun shells, but instead of heading back to the checkpoint, I just dropped the shotgun and whipped out the rune scimitar and continued fighting through the hordes around the hospital. A few more hours of that, and I decided to swap over to the stack of nightsticks sitting in my backpack, allowing me to knock out short blunt level 3 in the process. At this point, though, I decided to head back to the church and begin securing the perimeter around it, as I figured that'd be a better use of my time, while ultimately achieving the same goal of grinding out combat. The only problem would be getting back into the car, since I'd left it in the hospital parking lot, which was currently infested with thousands of zombies. In theory, incredibly dangerous, but in practice, easy as shit. Back behind the wheel, I drove over to the checkpoint, grabbed most of the gear I'd looted so far, aside from the armories, and began the journey back to the church. After a good night's rest, I spent the better part of the morning moving all of the gear inside the church. With the pile on the floor growing, I got to work separating gear into its own organized piles. Well, I thought that was a pretty good idea. All this ended up doing was making the church look more cluttered. So instead of continuing with this, I moved 2 crates to the northwest corner and began organizing all of the guns, magazines, and cases of ammo out on display. This also extended to melee weapons being placed in the opposite corner, and with the rest of the crafting gear being organized into their respective crates along the wall. Once I had everything mostly cleaned up, I got to work knocking out electrical level 6. This was primarily to hit level 6 and unlock the ability to pick up industrial ovens and other electrical equipment around Knox County. Quick editor's note here. I originally had plans to build an entire kitchen and really just remodel the church into this really cool looking base, but then I remembered that this was entirely about maxing skills, so I don't really ever end up doing anything base building wise at this point in the video or for the remainder. Maybe in the future though. Alright, back in. Alright, we've got the church under relatively safe control. The loot is, for the most part, organized, and we're sitting good. Next task is to get the generator running, but to do that, we'll need fuel and for the zombies in the area to be removed from the location. Before I go full out, guns blazing in the neighborhood, I wanted to use the second generator that I'd taken from the checkpoint and set it up at the gas station in the southeast. After arriving, I took a few minutes to kill some of the zombies that had begun making their way over, before moving inside to loot the gas station for anything of value. With all gas cans and the car refueled, I started driving back to base, only to stop myself and commit to a beat-up car that caught my eye. While the Chevelle isn't necessarily in good shape, I still think I could work with this. Regardless, I looted the tool shop next door, attached the car to the back of my van, and towed it back to the church. Towing's more of a generous explanation. It was more like dragging an anchor through concrete. Now, do I really need a souped-up Chevelle? No, of course not. But fixing it up gives me something to do while I work my way through the remaining combat levels. Which, to me, is the only way to keep Zomboid fun after those first few months. Just constantly giving myself a series of small, ultimately meaningless goals while I'm mindlessly checking off skills in the background. There's an allegory for life somewhere in there, but you can deep dive that in your own time. So, what do I need? Well, some new windshields, a battery, or a battery charger, new suspensions, brakes, and tires for a start. The most straightforward mechanic shop to reach is near that four-way intersection on the main road, so it looks like it's back there to start. At worst, I'll get to farm another level in my axe skill and burn through close to 1,045 ACP rounds. The fighting here lasted well over a day, spilling into the morning of day 226, where I slowly made my way into the industrial area and finally the mechanic shop. Instead of hauling everything back to the van and driving off though, I opted to stay back near the intersection and burn through the rest of my axes in an attempt to level up my axe skill one more time. After hitting level 4, I moved on from combat and spent an hour or so just looting all the corpses while kiting the hordes around, before hopping back into the van and finally moving over to the mechanic shop to grab all the shit I'd stolen. The drive back was rough to say the least, given my, less than stellar driving tendencies, which ultimately culminated with me having to abandon my vehicle and make the rest of the journey back to the church on foot, leaving all that gear in the trunk of the van. Unfortunately, the pain didn't end there, as a group of zombies had followed me back to the church. After gathering my bearings, I swapped out for some new weapons and headed back out to defend the church. Alright, it's time to go reclaim the van. Or at least carve a path to the van using hammers. This is basically just an entire day of me fighting through zombies with nothing but club hammers, mainly because it's an excuse to knock out another level, so here's what that looked like. Along the way, I did manage to hit Short Blunt level 4, which gave me the Grunt Worker trait. What does that do? Well, great question. It gives an XP boost to both Carpentry and Short Blunt, at the cost of needing 200 Short Blunt kills, Carpentry level 5, and Short Blunt level 4. So, for me, it's basically just a small XP boost to Short Blunt. Anyway, back to the grind. Towards the end of the day, I found a nice little condo to dip into and ended up spending the night in relative safety. After a good night's rest, it was back to the grind. And by grind, I mean one short stint that lasted just over an hour because I found the van. Sure, I have to carry everything back on foot, but at least I have the gear now. Well, I did manage to dodge zombies on the way back. That didn't stop them from just following behind me, which means it's back to fighting. And by back to fighting, I mean accidentally falling through the floor and almost ending my run. After grabbing the rest of the gear, I spent some time organizing everything before heading back out to work on the Chevelle. As it would turn out, the parts I'd collected from the mechanic shop could be put to immediate use, at least in terms of the suspensions I'd looted. The brakes? Not so much. But not a bad start. That being said, I did have to shatter a window in order to swap out the car battery for one that I'd taken from the mechanic shop. With all of that out of the way though, I went ahead and repaired both the trunk lid and hood before using the 5 spare engine parts to add 15% to the engine. Now it's time for some quick prep work for tomorrow's events. Without opening the crate of 45 bullets, I managed to scrape together almost 1,200 rounds of 45 auto to go with my Thompson M1A1 submachine gun. God, I love that sound. That's 480 horsepower ready to get wrapped around a streetlight. So where are we off to on this glorious day? Well, how about the Louisville Mall? Not for what's inside, though. I really just want the cars in the parking lot, which I realize is a batshit crazy sentence to come out of my mouth, but it's true. What could I possibly need inside there? More guns? More ammo? More TVs to disassemble? Anyway, I arrived at the parking lot around mid-morning and immediately got to work with the Thompson. This lasted for about 6 hours until the Thompson subsequently broke, leaving me with a few hammers and about 30 spears. Looks like it's back to spears. I will say, for the spears suck crowd, this is a bad look for you guys. With spears level 5 and maintenance level 4, I managed to tack on, I don't know, 150 kills with it before it finally broke. If this holds up, I don't see how any other combat skill can compete. Well, could compete, considering the outright mutilation they've undergone in Build 42. Anyway, at this point, I'm getting about 2 hours of usage out of each spear, resulting in hundreds of kills per spear. There's no time to brag about that though, because I just leveled up maintenance again and obtained the Scrapper trait. This isn't overly important, but it does get me a boost in maintenance XP, which is really nice. I think it gives a boost to metalworking and mechanics if I remember correctly, but none of that really matters since all those skills are already maxed out. Scrapper requires both maintenance and metalworking to be level 5. That's it. By the time the fighting wrapped up for the day, I only had about 12 XP left before leveling up my spear skill, so I found a small pocket of zombies and capped that off before spending the rest of the night looting the corpses for some more watches and cameras. After maxing up my inventory, I went ahead and dumped everything into the car before finding another vehicle, a little removed from the hundreds of corpses littering the streets, where I knocked out for the rest of the night. For day 230, the goal was to fully push into the mall and go to town on all of the zombies hanging out inside. But Preds, didn't you say you only cared about the cars in the parking lot? It's not that serious. I just want to tack on the spear skill points before fixing up my car some more. When I wasn't busy poking people with sticks, I was leveling up sprinting to 5 and unlocking the Olympian trait, which gives an XP boost to sprinting. It requires sprinting level 5 and fitness 6 to unlock, so a bit difficult, but something I'd still hit naturally without needing to grind too much. I had another near run-ending experience when I somehow phased through the escalator from behind it and caught a scratch on the thigh. Thankfully, with maxed first aid, it isn't a problem. Honestly, the fighting goes on for several days, so I'm just gonna move on and we'll just show the highlights.
Fantastic.
By the end of day 232, I'd filled up the Chevelle to the brim, including my own inventory, with items ranging from Viking axes to M16s to hunting knives and hundreds of electronic equipment. Since this was a bit too much to bring back to the church, I decided to burn through all of the electronics in the parking lot, using the corpses to dump off the scrap. Day 233 was a break from the chaos in the form of more looting, sorting, and knocking out electrical level 8, before spending the rest of the day reading the final electrical skill book. With that out of the way, I went back through the rest of my electronic equipment and storage, dismantling everything, crafting headphones and motion sensors, and then disassembling those as well to get me to electrical level 9. After a day of R&R, it was back to the mall. This time, instead of spears, I brought back over a dozen nightsticks, mainly because I took another look at the More Traits Excel sheet and realized that I can snowball out of control with Short Blunt in just a few levels. With my current stats, I only need one more Short Blunt level to get the Thuggish trait. This gives me an XP boost in both Short and Long Blunt. At level 6, I'd unlock Martial Artist, which would give me the 125% XP boost total, along with the ability to damage zombies by simply pushing them, with the damage scaling with Short Blunt levels. At Short Blunt level 7, I then unlock the Bouncer trait, which I believe is once again another Short and Long Blunt boost. So if I'm reading this right, if I just grind out to Short Blunt 7, I'll end up with 2 XP boosts in Long Blunt, while also maxing out the Short Blunt XP boosts. All of this to say, it's time to go do what the NYPD does best, and beat the shit out of people with nightsticks. Alright, with Thuggish on the traits board, I now get an XP boost to both Short and Long Blunt, with Short Blunt receiving that double boost up to 100%. Okay, back to fighting. It would only take one more day before hitting level 6 and unlocking Martial Artist, along with the maxed out 125% XP boost for Short Blunt. I can now register my hands as lethal weapons, shout out Billy Football. To cap off a fantastic day, I pulled out my stock of collected watches and cameras and proceeded to disassemble all of them, maxing out my 10th skill of the playthrough and fully completing the crafting category. Heading into day 236, I finally felt safe enough to start souping up the Chevelle. So here's what we're looking for. A new driver's seat, a new gas tank, windshield, rear windshield, front right window, back right door, all head and tail lights, 3 new tires, a new rear left brake, and a front right door. Easy enough, let's get to work.
One eternity later.
It'd take practically the entire day, but by nightfall, I'd managed to replace practically every component of the Chevelle, boosting it up to an overall condition of 88.76%, which will scale even higher when I get back to the church and repair the trunk and trunk lid with a few metal plates. With them all secured, it's time to head back to the church and come up with something else to do. I know combat's been pretty heavy recently, but that's because most of the grind I have left that isn't walking back and forth is just swinging weapons. So, here's my plan. I'm going to max out sneaking and light-footed, but before I do that, I'm gonna max one combat skill. That way, it'll be a break for both of us before I have to dive back in. So naturally, I settled on Long Blunt. Sure, I could have just continued with Short Blunt, but with Long Blunt, I have a built-in excuse to go to the baseball bat factory with a few boxes of nails and have an absolute field day. So on the morning of day 237, I hopped back in the Chevelle and began making my way over to the baseball bat factory. Funny enough, I don't know what compelled me to do this, if it was just my overwhelming love for crowbars or what, but I ended up spending most of the first day doing nothing but fighting with said crowbars instead of using the dozens of baseball bats just feet away from me. It'd take until after 11 p.m. that night before I was able to secure the parking lot next to the factory. Luckily, there's a second floor apartment nearby that I was able to break into and rest at safely. At some point, I must have leveled up sneaking to 3 and missed it, probably due to smacking zombies with crowbars and all that. Anyway, most of the early morning was spent pushing into the factory, which I was able to secure before sunrise. So what's the plan? Well, simple, really. I just take a bunch of baseball bats, hammer nails through them for extra damage, go wreak havoc in the streets. I unlocked the Gordonite trait at Long Blunt level 6 and 300 kills, but given that crowbars are my most used weapon, I think it's safe to say we're well past that. Until I unlock Gordonite though, I'm gonna rely on baseball bats. See, crowbars were as popular as they were in Build 41 mainly due to their durability, which helps both with Long Blunt as a skill and maintenance. Since my maintenance and Long Blunt are both almost level 6, there really isn't a need for them, until I unlock Gordonite and they become one of the best Long Blunt weapons in the game. But until then, it's spiked baseball bats. The only offset is that regular baseball bats have way better durability, but as we've literally just discussed, that doesn't matter given the current levels. Not to mention there's over 100 bats in the factory, so I'm not concerned with breaking a few. When I wasn't doing my best Aaron Judge impression, I was passively leveling stealth and lightfoot. Something that's surprisingly easy to do in Louisville, considering there's zombies around every corner. That afternoon, I accidentally triggered a house alarm after smashing in a window to kill a zombie. Normally, full panic mode, but when you're over 200 days in and the sole focus is killing zombies, it's a blessing that allowed me to finish off Long Blunt level 6 and finally unlock Gordonite. If you don't know what that is, by the way, it gives crowbars a higher crit damage as well as base damage rate, and scales that damage with your current Long Blunt level. As you can imagine, it's pretty OP. But is it? Like, really? All this does is allow damage to scale up to the better Long Blunt weapons, which, let's be real, at the later levels, it really just comes down to using whatever you think looks the coolest or like the most. If you're already one-shotting every zombie you see, does it really matter if the crowbar can now also do that? I don't know. To me, all it does is change the PNG in my character's hands. especially when you consider the fact that durability isn't an issue anymore because of how high my maintenance and long blunt skills already are. That being said, I did just craft a ton of spiked bats, so I'm going to keep using those for the time being. At this point though, we're all on the same page that this is going to take a few days, right? Good, here are the highlights. On day 239, I hit maintenance level 6 in the morning. The rest of the day was business as usual. Day 240 was a big one, starting off with Jack Trades tacking on Long Blunt level 7. That may not seem significant, but what if I told you that both the attack range and weapon damage are increased by an additional 20%? Pair that with the additional 21% attack speed and crit chance and the 15% melee damage boost from strength, and you get something like this. Anyway, here's what the kill count looked like at the start of the day. And here's a skill check, because it's been a while, I think. Anyway, on top of the standard fighting, I did manage to find a carpet where the rug tiles were placed backwards, so they're pointing away from each other instead of towards each other, which I thought was funny. About an hour later, I leveled up both sneaking and light-footed to level 4, giving me the quiet and swift traits, both of which give that 75% boosted XP add-on. To quote the late great Billy Mays, but wait, there's more. As that afternoon, I tacked on a Long Blunt level 8, giving another damage boost, less endurance cost per swing, and some other small boosts to things like attack speed and crit chance. Here's the kill count after level 8. I think what I'll do going forward is start showing off kill counts after every few melee skills, so you can get a feel for how many are needed at these later levels, but also how quickly you're able to melt through zombies after knocking out those early levels. Have you ever seen Louisville so empty? This is like liberating Louisville levels of clear. By day 242, I found myself down at the baseball stadium, kicking out the 10 fans still watching this absolutely dogshit game. Listen, I do not care that it was America's pastime. I would rather pay $500 to sit in the nosebleeds at a football game than $13 to sit down the first base line. It's just that boring. But Preds, what about the foul balls that sometimes get rocketed into the crowd? Yeah, I can get the same 2 seconds of excitement at a hockey game. Not to mention the fights are more than some fat ass jogging towards the pitcher's mound for some stern words, while it's reported as a bench-clearing brawl. For real, I've seen more passion in a porno than what's left of the MLB. At around midnight going into the next morning, I hit Long Blunt level 9. One more to go. If you're wondering how I'm able to go through this much constant fighting without sleeping, I present to you my collection. It's all thanks to these. And this is just what I've collected so far this run. I still have to go back through the ballpark and the nearby streets for any extras, though I doubt I'll really need any more. And that's not even to mention all the extras sitting at the church right now. Anyway, here's the kill count. I'll be back when something exciting happens. And by exciting, I mean I finally burnt through both crowbars and all of those bats, so it's back to the factory to make a few more. It would take until day 245 to fully max out my first combat skill of the playthrough, being Long Blunt. Not only is that the 11th skill to max out, but it also gave me the Prowess Blunt trait, which gives an additional 20% damage boost to short and long blunt weapons, while requiring a 16 skill total between both long blunt skills, along with 800 kills. Something you would easily hit with one of those categories before you hit level 5. Anyway, here's my current kill count again. Let's do something fun now. Okay, with one combat skill maxed out, it's time to swap over and get some work done on agility, mainly light-footed and sneaking. But before we do that, I need wood. There's a pretty large forest plot next to the mall, which, funny enough, we'll also be using for the grind, at least partially. So I grabbed some weapons, a few axes, and some sheet rope, and headed back to the shithole that is the Louisville Mall. Initially, I tried clearing the area with knives, but considering I just spent the last 7 hours doing nothing but smacking zombies with baseball bats and crowbars, a pistol just seemed like the more sane option. By the next day, I had loaded up a trailer full of logs, built a framed sheet rope ladder up to the roof of the mall, and began moving said logs onto the roof. Once I felt I had a sufficient amount of logs up there, I sawed them into planks and started working on the Zomboid purists' worst nightmare, the sky deck. It's not their fault. Zomboid sells itself as a realistic zombie survival game, so when you run into builds like this, it really fucks up their day, because it's not exactly how they would play the game. So they run to Reddit to piss themselves over it. My counterpoint to the whining over this is that this has been in the game for, what, a decade now? At some point, skydecks just become a feature. So listen to me very clearly. Play the game how you enjoy it. This is a single player game and is best enjoyed however the individual finds enjoyment in it. Don't ever let someone tell you you're playing the game wrong simply because it's different from how that gatekeeper plays it. Now, if you've seen the One Painful Year video, you probably already know where I'm going with this build. And it's precisely because of that notion that I'm going to change some things. This is the new creation. Actually, it's not even new. I did a similar strat back in the They Know series like 2 years ago. But allow me to explain how this works. I pull in a big old pool of zombies. Then I climb to the center and sledge out the pathway, stranding me in the center, just levitating above the ground. I then drop a few noisemakers, pulling all those zombies up through the stairs and down into this weird rectangular chamber. The best part of this? There's no way for the zombies to escape. Preds, you're trapped too. How do you escape? Good question, voices in my head. See, I just take this silly sheet rope ladder, which brings me up to this catwalk up here. Not only does this allow me to escape, but I can also use the catwalk to stealth walk back and forth on it, which in turn farms sneaking and light-footed XP. But you know what? Hearing it rambled at you probably isn't the most effective way to pass this knowledge on. So allow me to demonstrate. The way they just kind of fall into the pit always reminds me a ton of those coin machines at the arcades where you have to like drop them in to push the other coins off the edge. You know what game I'm talking about? After spending about 5 hours waiting for them to fall into the pit, it's time to get to work. Sure, I'm only getting like 15 FPS, but take a look at that sweet, sweet XP. So how long does this method take to grind out levels 5 through 10? Well, it greatly relies on the amount of zombies inside the pit. I'm sure there's a perfect number that falls between pulling in shit tons of XP without completely fucking up your frames, but I don't care enough to find that out. So instead, this is what you get. By day 251, I ended up with a nasty cold due to standing out in the rain and snow for over a full day, something no one could have seen coming, I'm sure. So instead of grinding until my death, I opted to head back into the mall in search of ways to get rid of the sickness. To do that, I made my way over to the beef jerky bar area and looted it for a bunch of food, before heading into the hair salon and grabbing a shit ton of towels. Finally, after all my needs had been met, I found a nice sushi bar to fall asleep in. Don't ask how the Zomboids didn't insta-kill me here. Honestly, I couldn't quite tell ya. I could hear them encircling me while Jack slept off his cold, so I just held down Shift and the S key, effectively shove running as I woke up, and allowing me to create a bit of separation that I used to take out the zombies. Regardless, it's back to the grind. It would only take about 12 more in-game hours to finish the remaining 3 levels in both skills, allowing me to max out sneaking and light-footed before noon, bringing our total up to 13 maxed skills. Time to head back to the church and figure out what to do next. We've been back in Louisville for about 40 days now, and I'm in need of a little vacation. So, on the morning of day 253, I hopped in the Chevelle and began making my way west. By midday, I'd made it back to the Louisville checkpoint and decided to make a quick pit stop to loot some of the armories for any extra ammo that I could fit in the car. Somehow, I managed to cram more ammo into the already at capacity car. Seriously, this thing's loaded with enough guns and ammo to take Wyoming. It would take until after midnight on day 254 for me to make it to everyone's favorite city, March Ridge. But Preds, why did you drive across the entire map for this dogshit town? Honestly, it's the only place I can think of that can spawn dumbbells that aren't just in people's garages or closets. It's also a great place to shoot up. In Minecraft, considering there's so many zombies hanging out around here. Not to mention the barracks, where I could find more supplies that I can hoard and do nothing with. I started with the shotgun, because despite my current aiming level, the goal is still to gain as much XP as possible to get around to that 63% debuff. The best way to seemingly go about that is shotguns, specifically the double barrel shotgun. For whatever reason, this one allows you to hit more zombies, scaling the XP from 3 to over 5 per shot. By that afternoon, I'd practically cleared the entire barracks and headed inside to recover from corpse sickness. Here's the carnage from the day so far. Back to combat. The fighting kicked back off on day 255 because, despite having the area around the fitness center secured, I already drove all the way down here. It'd be rude of me not to milk March Ridge for all that it's worth. Now, it goes without saying, but the fighting here lasts several days again, so same premise as Long Blunt. I'll update when anything notable happens, such as running out of shotgun shells and swapping everything out for a Thompson and thousands of rounds of 45 auto. At around midnight on day 256, I broke my first Thompson, but instead of repairing it with one of the spares that I'd brought with, I decided to swap over to the AK to answer the question of, what would March Ridge look like if the Monkey Bar guys strolled into town? One thing I noticed right away is that, unlike its real-life counterpart, the AK-47 in Vanilla Firearms Expanded breaks about as fast as a McDonald's Happy Meal toy. I got maybe a single day's use out of it before it completely fell apart in my hands, prompting me to head back to the Chevelle to break out the gun repair kits I'd stashed in the back seat. By the time I'd run out of ammo, I'd managed to tack on over 1,600 kills with the AK alone, bringing the total kill count up to 24,109. And to think we still have all that 9mm and 45 auto just sitting there. Days 257 and 258 were all about the M9 and the 1,000 or so rounds of 9mm ammo that I'd dragged all the way to March Ridge. By the afternoon on day 258, I came to the conclusion that the city was effectively liberated. Sure, there were a few stragglers hanging out, but for the most part, it doesn't look like there's any real threat left here. I mean, I'd hope so, considering I just spent the last week gunning down thousands of zombies, but you know. Instead of doing anything productive with my day, I spent the rest of my time hiding in a room. This was really just to give the maggots another day to inhabit the corpses littering the city streets. After spending the morning farming maggots for the fishing grind, it was off to the community center in search of a dumbbell or barbell to use for strength grinding. But don't you worry, it was all worth it, because I didn't find a single fucking dumbbell. So I did what any sane person would do and googled where to find dumbbell in PZ, and then proceeded to watch, 5, 6 videos, all tell me the best place to grab dumbbell in Project Zomboid. So, after smashing that like button and fisting the notification bell, I was given the secret location to the dumbbell farm. It's fucking Louisville. Louisville has the best dumbbell spawn location. Allegedly. I drove all the way out here for nothing. Well, not nothing, I got maggots out of it, I guess. So why are dumbbells important for the strength grind? Well, aside from having a different, less boring animation, they actually give a higher strength XP gain modifier compared to the calisthenics options. And it's not an insignificant amount. On the PZ wiki, it's 1 XP per curl more than per push-up, so 60 to 70 XP per exercise. Double that with the gym goer trait, and we're at 120 to 140 XP per hour extra. Then you have to factor in the amount of times I'm doing that exercise per day, so another 10 to 12 hours per each exercise, and we're looking at an additional 1,200 to 1,400 XP per in-game day. Bet you didn't think this video was going to be so fucking full of math equations, did ya? Yeah, see? Regardless, after finding a wrench in a fossil oil van, I stole a bunch of engine parts and got to work repairing the Chevelle for the return journey. I even washed the damn thing. With that, it's time to head on back to the great city of Louisville. Again. After spending the better half of a day driving, I took a quick pit stop at the crossroads, clearing the immediate area of zombies in order to siphon fuel from the cars in the parking lot. With just under half a tank of fuel, I hopped back into the Chevelle and finished off the rest of the drive. After making it back, I cleared all the extra gear from the car, including the 31 vitamins sitting in my backpack, not including the 10 extra in the fanny pack. Just beneath the northern bridge of Louisville lies a gym, no doubt completely infested with zombies. That's today's target. As I drove back through the ravaged streets now stained with the blood of the zombies I'd fought in just a few weeks ago, I noticed just how many zombies had repopulated the area. Whether due to respawn rates or standard Zomboid migration settings, it was a bit unnerving seeing just how quickly all of my work had been wiped away. If anything, it felt a ton like liberating Louisville, where I'd spent weeks clearing a cell, only for it to be flooded with zombies the moment I left due to Zomboid migration. Anyway, welcome to the gym. It actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. In fact, I managed to clear the cell with only half a machete, allowing me to break into the gym before noon. As it would turn out, all of those videos were right, and I managed to find 3 dumbbells inside the gym. Sure, I only needed 1, but 3 looks cooler, so I left with all 3, subscribing to the new thought process of no dumbbell left behind, a phrase that has since been rudely stolen by some Greek assholes who've rebranded it to leave no one behind. Back at the church, I stole a chair, donated it to the Church of Spiffo, and got started on my curls get the girls grind, despite there not, in fact, being any girls in Kentucky. That's not to say this would be an insane grind or anything, considering I only needed about 10,000 XP to hit level 9. All of this to say, it only took about a day and a half of grinding to hit strength level 9, increasing the carrying capacity, giving an additional 5% melee damage, and the strong trait, which doesn't really do anything. But that's not the trait I'm excited for, because I also unlocked Second Wind, requiring 18 total levels between strength and fitness to unlock. So what does Second Wind do? It's a bit of a special case, but if there are zombies near you while you're exhausted or very tired, you gain full endurance and completely restore fatigue, with the trade-off being that it can only trigger once every 14 in-game days. Truthfully, I don't really see this being that big of a factor, but I guess it's still just a nice failsafe to have. Anyway, I need 150,000 XP to max out strength. Guess it's time to get to work. At a normal rate, I was pulling in over 10,000 XP per day. In total, it actually only took around 13 days to finish off the final strength level, maxing out the 14th skill of the playthrough. There tends to be one reoccurring issue that arises when grinding out skills like this for multiple days at a time without worrying about anything else, and that tends to be the fact that, by this point, I was completely out of food, save for a few protein bars. So on the morning of day 274, it was back out into the world to scavenge up some more food. Oh, and I also read my depression away, because sometimes it's really that simple. This went on for an hour or so, until I remembered that I could just go back to the mall and hit up the grocery store in the front of the building. With a backpack full of food, I headed up onto the rooftop to, once again, get on my Nimble Grind. This time though, instead of walking back and forth on a catwalk a few dozen feet above the ground, I'll be on top of the mall, in relative safety. Just like last time, I did some quick math and calculated I was gaining, on average, about 210 XP per day. That was based around dedicating 18 in-game hours per day and walking max range back and forth on top of the mall at a rate of 11.7 XP per hour. With that data, I should be hitting level 5 by the end of the day 275. Lo and behold, at 3 PM on day 275, I hit Nimble level 5. Only 5 more levels to go. Next up, 3,000 XP for level 6. Kill me. On average, the expectation is just over 14 real-life hours, so let's get to it, I guess. Yay, RNG XP systems. Alright. I started the level 5 grind at 7:30 in the morning. It is now 3:45 p.m. It's been almost 10 full days of the grind if you count the rest of day 275. So what do I have to show for it? How about a resounding 1800 XP? If you're frantically trying to do the math in your head, that's well beneath the average XP rate that I had calculated. My original estimation should put me at close to 2100 XP, meaning we're over a full in-game day's worth of grinding under expectations, and I want to cry. This sucks. So I know I talked about it before, but what have I been up to while this grind has been going on? To be honest, RuneScape got old fast. It's one of those games that I got really into for like a few weeks a year, but outside of that, I don't really pay much mind to. So when that wore off, I found myself falling back on Retro Bowl. In the spirit of embracing the grind, I started a brand new team in my second save slot and got to work. I never thought I'd spend entire days of my life consisting of nothing but clicking a tile on the mall and then grinding Retro Bowl, but here we are. So over the course of the next day and a half of my life, I made it through 15 seasons of Retro Bowl, rebuilding the team in a run-first offense, drafting interior linemen and a 5-star running back to carry the team, since they're much cheaper than a QB, and I can always check down to a tight end. In total, I managed to become an 8-time Retro Bowl champion coach, while also managing to 100% the game. So congrats, you came for a Zomboid video, but stayed long enough for it to turn into a 100% completionist run of a mobile game. You're welcome. Anyway, I hit Nimble level 7 on day 291 and unlocked the Evasive trait, which requires a combined total of 40 skill points between fitness and agility. This is another more traits exclusive and gives you a 33% chance to block an incoming zombie, which sounds nice, but in reality, it's not something you'll utilize much, at least for me personally. Honestly, this ended up being a huge detriment to me later on when I was trying to grind combat, because once they pile up in these massive 100 to 500 zombie pools, the ones you're trying to hit constantly get tricked by this evasive trait, which pushes them away from your swing, allowing you to miss, which can lead to complications, and oftentimes you can get grabbed and killed. Good stuff. It also claims to give an XP boost, but even after restarting the game, I still had the same 75% boost that I'd obtained back at level 4. I do know I unlock another trait at Nimble level 8, being well fitted. Not sure how that counts as Nimble since it's clothing related, but whatever, I'm not going to question it. When it comes to hitting Nimble level 8 though, we're talking 4500 XP. Considering it took me 2 full days of recording to hit level 6, I'm not super excited to get this one done. I didn't even feel like playing anything else at this point though, so instead, I sat down and watched the entire Lord of the Rings extended cut trilogy. At this point in time, we're talking about spending an entire real-life week dedicated to leveling up the Nimble skill twice. Level 6 took about 2 full days of recording to hit, and level 7 took just under 3 recording sessions, which saw me finishing off the level over 20 in-game days later, on day 315. And to think, there's still 3 more to go. Jesus Christ. We're still 1 more skill point off from getting the well-fitted trait, but after hopping into a solo world with it, I learned that it does not, in fact, come with any XP boost to Nimble, meaning I'll be working with the 75% XP rate for the remainder of the playthrough. Honestly, and this sounds dramatic, but discovering that I'd have to go through the final few levels without any additional XP boost caused my stomach to drop, like, you know that feeling of despair and existential dread? Just an overwhelming flood of that throughout my body. I'm even a bit more frustrated by this because the evasive trait does say it provides an XP boost when you grab it in trait selection. It just doesn't apply that boost in-game when you pick it up through dynamic traits for some reason. Regardless, we now have 6,000 XP to go. I can't even finish the sentence. 6,000 XP to go for level 8, and I'm just stuck with a feeling of emptiness because this challenge has gone from a ton of fun at the start to wanting to wrap my car around a light bulb. I think it's safe to say a break was needed. So on the morning of day 316, I packed my bags, hopped in the Chevelle, driving back towards the military checkpoint. Once I got there, I popped out and scooped up a tent before heading back in and continuing the drive west. So where are we headed on this fine day? Good question. How about the southwest portion of Knox County? Why there specifically? Oh, because we're about to embark on the great Project Zomboid Marathon to hopefully max out sprinting. It'll be the great nomad Forrest Gump running escapade you've ever seen. Really, the plan is going to be to just run from the southwest portion of the map all the way back to Louisville. I figured this was a more engaging way to level my sprinting skill than just running back and forth on top of the mall's rooftop, and it also gives me an excuse to fight a bunch of zombies in between bouts of sprinting, hopefully allowing me to at least get close to maxing another skill in the process. It took a little less than 12 hours for me to make it all the way to the other end of the map, at which point I parked the car and did my best Forrest Gump impression. This is going to take forever. Along the way, I tried to stop at any houses to scrounge up more food. By the time I'd looted the farmhouse, I was already tired, so instead of continuing for the day, I chose to just spend the night here in preparation for the next morning. After a good night's rest, it was time to get started with a full day of running and fighting pockets of zombies as I came across them. Now, over the course of the first day, I added around 200 kills to the total, which isn't much in the grand scheme of things. But I did manage to push into more of the center of the map, where it's just all farmland. I'm planning to continue repeating this process of nomading around, sleeping in any abandoned houses I can break into, and on the rare occasions that I can't find one, well, I still have the tent kit. On the second day of my marathon, I got to watch the game spawn in a ball of zombies directly in front of me. Lovely. And after a few more hours of running around the back roads, I made it back to that small town just outside of Riverside, where I got to work grinding my spear skill on the now repopulated town. This only lasted a few hours until it was time to hit the road again, continuing northeast. By that evening, I'd found another farmhouse to reside in and for the night. Here's today's progress. I think it's hard to gauge the scale of this, but it's going by a lot faster than I was anticipating. Another day, another morning run. This ended up turning into a smooth 7-hour jog before finally making it into West Point. It's here where I took a small sabbatical to cleanse the city of a zombie threat. In reality, I just wanted to shed some gear by blowing through the spears in my backpack, but cleansing a zombie threat sounds way cooler than poking zombies with a stick, so we're going with that. By the end of the day, I'd managed to reach the school at the cost of several spears. Not bad for an afternoon of work, if you ask me. Day 320 picked up where yesterday left off, with the fight resuming just outside of the school. Instead of business as usual, I made the mistake of hiding in a house to rest up, unintentionally pulling hundreds of zombies into the building with me, and forcing Jack Trades to take a leap of faith out of the second-story window, resulting in a scratch on his right arm. Judging by those of you now frantically checking over how much time is left in the video, it ended up being just fine. And yes, it has been over 3 hours. Welcome back to reality. Fun fact, this literally had zero impact on combat. You can tell by the fact that I'm still getting 0.97 XP per swing with a machete, something I wasn't expecting, but that I'm going to attribute to first aid level 10 and some variety of the accumulated traits. Anyway, I ended up breaking the rest of my spears before breakfast, resulting in me swapping over to the machetes I'd crammed into my backpack for the past week or so. This ended up taking the rest of the day, where I managed to push through most of West Point, and even make it into the Gigamart on the opposite end of town. With the immediate area seemingly cleared out, I stacked up some cardboard crates next to the stairs and slept in the office. So this whole cross-country run has lasted about a week now. In that time, I have managed to level up one skill, maintenance. This was pretty underwhelming, so instead of continuing north towards Louisville, I decided to start running south, back towards Muldra. I figured it's the only vanilla city that I haven't visited yet, so it's bound to be completely overrun with zombies that I can use to, hopefully, chunk away at longblade skills. The detour wouldn't start until later that morning, though, since I got distracted with some zombies at the West Point entrance, where I ultimately wound up killing the zombified John Popper after the hook brought him back. For the first time in 3 days, it's time to get back to the long-distance jog. Instead of running along the main road and having to deal with the wreckage blocks, I opted to follow the train tracks. Sadly, instead of leading to Terminus, it just leads to another bumfuck Kentucky town. But it's better than nothing. It took about half a day to reach the train station from West Point, but that's not the target. Really, Muldra in general isn't the target today. Instead, I'm more interested in that small cabin in the southeast of the city. Instead of just checking the interactive map, though, I ended up following a dirt path that I came across, only for it to lead to an open field. Great. Instead of continuing on, though, I opted to set up camp here for the night, foraging for some twigs and branches, and then lighting a fire near the tent. All I need now is a slightly out-of-tune acoustic guitar, and all the ladies will surely come running over. The next morning, I packed up and headed back west, stumbling upon the cabin after only a few minutes of running. After clearing out said cabin, I got to work sorting my gear into the cabinets before pushing into the parking lot of the Rusty Rifle. Thus begins a relatively large-scale combat montage spanning, you guessed it, several days. So, let's just cut to the important stuff. I hit Longblade level 5 before noon, at which point I ran back to the cabin and swapped over to Shortblade weapons. The reason being, I need to hit level 5 with both skills in order to unlock the Practiced Swordsman trait, which will give a 75% XP boost for both blade skills. I started off with a few meat cleavers, which really just made me look like the world's greatest psychopath rather than someone frantically trying to save what's left of humanity, i.e. himself. Anyway, using said meat cleavers, I managed to hit Shortblade level 3 in the same day. Doesn't really matter, but I figured it was worth noting that I tried to end each day with some sprints to keep chipping away at the next sprinting level. Day 323 saw me starting off with short blade until I broke both meat cleavers, at which point I peacefully protested a warehouse for 2 garden forks. With those garden forks, I was able to farm out another 100 kills or so, hitting spear level 8. Spear level 8 is important because hitting that, along with 400 kills, gives us the Prowess Spears trait, increasing spear damage by 20%. That, in and of itself, isn't super important because I'm already one-shotting most zombies. But it also gives another 25% XP boost, bringing me to the full 125% boost. With the power of garden forks, I managed to secure the police station, which allowed me to break into the armory and loot it for anything of value. The only point worth noting on day 324 was the fact that I hit spear level 9. Seriously, all I did was burn through garden forks and whatever spears I could loot off of the sea of corpses piling up in the streets. Outside of that, I found another survivor car, this one being a Falcon, so I hopped in, hotwired it, and drove it back to the rusty rifle. This doesn't really matter right now, but it'll be important in a few days when I decide to move on from this city. The next morning, I chopped down a tree and converted the logs into a dozen spears that I attached scissors and knives onto. With those new spears, I pushed back into Muldra for another day of grinding. It would take 2 full days of doing nothing but spear combat to knock out the final level in spears, giving me my second maxed combat skill and 15th overall skill. Here's the kill count so far. Up over 30k, and we've still got axe, short blunt, both blades, and aiming to go. Something tells me we're going to end up going over 50k. While the sprinting grind began officially on day 327, it'd take until day 329 to obtain the remaining 600 or so XP needed to hit level 6. Only 4 more to go. It's worth noting that I don't get any more XP boosts either. I'm permanently stuck at 1.62 XP per tick, which again is RNG based. And this was my life for the next 2 months or so. I'd wake up every morning, run sprints back and forth across the grass, racking in an average of about 220 XP per day. Some days I got up over 300, others barely 150. It would take 18 days to reach sprinting level 7, and almost a full 4 weeks after that just to hit sprinting level 8. By that point, it was time to change my plans, because I was not anticipating sprinting taking this long. Originally, I wanted to end this video with a small fishing grind as a tribute to the end of OG fishing, since it's a mini game now in Build 42, albeit an enjoyable one. But given that I still have 2 more levels of sprinting to go, and these are each going to take like a month apiece, and then all the combat skills including aiming and reloading that all have the XP debuff applied, and that I still have Nimble, I don't think I'm going to be able to get fishing done before winter. So instead of waiting, I opted to set that as my new priority. So I hopped into the Century Falcon and began making my way back to a familiar location. Man, it's good to be back. Don't get your panties all tangled up. I'm not staying long, just the night. I really only came back for a few essentials. The next morning consisted of a long, somber drive back to the shithole known as Louisville. Not for more fighting, though. Instead, it was straight back to the church to scoop up all 4 remaining skill books in my possession, along with any worms, maggots, bait, and fishing poles that I could come up with. Due to, unforeseen circumstances, I found myself without a car yet again. Because of this, I was forced to continue on foot. Now, luckily, I didn't have to go far because there's just a shit ton of cars lying around the perimeter of the checkpoint just off the highway. So instead of doing any crazy heroics, I just made my way over to the grass and ended up finding a survivor truck a few feet away. With all the gear secured in the truck bed, I set off in the morning and drove north until I reached the mall. From there, I got to work chopping down a few trees, which I used to build me a small platform on the water. Once I felt I had a big enough box made, I went ahead and ran back into the mall to find a nice lazy boy to pass out in. Instead of sledging the ground to isolate myself though, I placed a bunch of fencing so that if a zombie wanders over, I'll at least be able to see it falling over all of the fences before it sneaks up on me. With the platform secured, it was time to partake in every middle-aged dad's favorite pastime: fishing. After a good night's rest, of course. It would only take a couple hours to hit fishing level 2, at which point I sat down and read the next skill book, finishing it just before 9 AM. At which point I moved over to the other side of the platform and started the grind all over again. After hitting fishing level 3, I realized that I was sitting in the same cell, so I only have 2 nodes to fish from at the moment. Now I could just start spamming through the days, fishing twice each day and then sleeping, but that's boring. So instead, I started making these massive 1-tile wide walkways in search of other fishing spots. Over the next several days, I would wake up every morning, check the fishing traps, then head on over to one of the stations and fish my ass off until reaching the next skill check, at which point I'd run back to the chair and read another skill book. Very relaxing, very repetitive, very, very exciting and riveting gameplay. Whenever I cleared all the cells, I'd just swap over to squats for the rest of the day so that, if nothing else, I could at least get both F skills done. It took about a week for me to burn through all my worms and maggots, at which point I went ahead and crafted a few spears, and then swapped over to spear fishing for the rest of the grind. Until finally, on day 388, I fully maxed out the fishing skill, completing the survivalist category and landing me my 16th skill of the playthrough. But it doesn't end there. See, I'm less than 50,000 XP away from maxing my fitness skill, and given that I have, 4 tons of fish lying around me, it just seemed like the best time to go ahead and finish that off as well. Another week or so of doing nothing but squats, and boom! 17 skills completed. But don't worry, we're still not done. On to day 395. So what's important to note on day 395? Well, more Nimble. Back to the mall rooftop we go. I need 6,000 XP to hit level 8. Then 7,500 to hit level 9. And finally, 9,000 to max the skill. Doing some quick math, we're looking at just under 50 in-game days worth of grind to max the skill. Now, I'm not going to be able to sit here for 50 hours and do this, so I'm going to split it into 2 grinds. The first will level me to 9, then I'll go finish off combat, then move on to sprinting for a bit, then come back to finish whatever is left on Nimble. I think that'll be a big enough gap for me to recover from. But now it's time for the question you're all undoubtedly asking yourself. What game am I playing this time? The answer? Nothing. Instead, I cannot stress this enough, I went through and rewatched every single story mode video on the entire channel. That's how I stayed sane during this portion. It would take a good 2 weeks, or just under 12 real-life hours, for me to hit Nimble level 8, which I checked off while getting the plot of Outlast re-explained to me. Another 15 real-life hours and just under 3 weeks of walking back and forth later, and we're up to Nimble level 9, and I want to rip my hair out. Before I head back out, I want to get through one more small grind here, and that would be aiming and reloading. Again, I need to hit a combined level total of 16 to unlock prowess guns, which should remove most of that XP debuff tied to aiming and reloading. Since I'm already at level 8 aiming, I still need 3 reloading levels, so I got to work. And not to sound dramatic, but I think I almost prefer the Nimble Grind to reloading. At least with the Nimble Grind, I could do other shit and play Melver Idol or Retro Bowl. But with reloading, it's just fast enough to not be AFK, but slow enough that it still drags. Luckily, I'm in a state of complete safety being up on the 2nd floor of the church, so at least I can work through the night instead of having to sleep. But even then, even with the extra 6 to 8 hours of grinding per day, it still took 11 fucking days just to hit level 6 reloading. I've lost track of how many times I've said it this video, but adding an XP debuff after a level just to soft cap the player without disclosing it to the player is fucking stupid. And just like RNG XP for some skills but not others, I cannot for the life of me understand what their reasoning is for this and why they would ever consider this to be a good idea. Not wanting to have to sit through another 2 weeks of spam reloading magazines, I opted to head out and try to burn through the remaining aiming levels, which, in theory, would be enough to get me the prowess trait that should hopefully remove that XP debuff. Even if I couldn't use it on aiming, if it's going to speed up reloading exponentially, it's beyond worth it. So on the morning of day 439, I loaded up the truck with a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun, some M14s, M16s, and a deagle, along with however many cases of ammo I could fit, and then shipped out for the crossroads next to the checkpoint. One issue that I didn't anticipate running into was simply the zombies' hearing and eyesight. If you're new, in Project Zomboid, the zombies will degrade the longer you play, with their hearing and eyesight decreasing, making them easier to scoot around without them noticing. But when you pair that with level 10 sneaking and light-footed, there were several times where I'd be shooting a literal shotgun within the same cell as them, and some zombies wouldn't even react to it. When I ran out of shotgun ammo, I swapped over to the Desert Eagle, which also has the ability to collat zombies. Pretty sweet if you ask me. That lasted a few hours until I ran out of ammo once again, at which point I swapped over to the M14 and continued fighting throughout the entire night and into the morning of day 440. Well, I say morning, but really it was more like the entire day yet again. But it was all worth it, because I finally hit aiming level 9. Now the real grind begins. Tomorrow. For now, I'll just loot the military trucks and the rest of the armories scattered throughout the checkpoint. The next morning, I ate an MRE courtesy of Saf's Cooking, best mod in the game, and headed on over to the truck to plan my hits for the day. I've got just under 300 shotgun shells, so the plan is to burn through them first, which shouldn't take too long. Once those are done, I'll swap over to the M16, since not only do I have half a dozen rifles sitting in the truck bed, but I have an entire crate of 5.56 ammo just sitting around as well. With that, let's get to work. Surprisingly, the shotgun shells took me an entire day to burn through, getting me up to 1400 XP. Day 442 can be summed up as the day of the M16. We're talking several thousand rounds of 5.56 ammo, 6 M16s, over 20 magazines, pure carnage. But what if I told you that the M16 wasn't even the biggest takeaway from the day? No. The real victory came with a random shove while cleaning up the stragglers, which boosted me to short blunt level 7. Anyway, after destroying 2 M16s and burning through about 1400 rounds of ammo, I managed to double the aiming XP up to 2800. This is gonna take a while. As it would turn out, a while would be more of an understatement than I had realized, with it taking almost 5 full days of constant shooting to max out the aiming skill. Hell, it even got so bad that I had to swap back to the M14s after breaking all 6 M16s. No wonder everyone in Vietnam hated these things. If only the military didn't spread cheeks for Springfield back then. I guess I can't really complain though, considering the M16 went from never being used to my highest kill count weapon over the course of a week. All it cost me was my sanity, and the white truck, which meant I had to run all the way back to the church. That was until I came across a small parking lot with a few cars in it. I managed to get into a Ranger car, but wasn't able to get it started before having to dip out. Not like it mattered though, considering it didn't have any gas in it. Turns out, neither of them had any fuel. Lovely. With the XP boost from Prowess Guns, it's effectively negating the 63% XP debuff with some extra to spare, which meant there was really only one thing left to do. Take a few hundred 308 rounds and forcefully cram them into magazines before ripping them back out and repeating that process over and over and over again, after looting a few more houses for food, of course. Never let anyone tell you that you need to garden or use trapping. There is more than enough non-perishables to last you a lifetime with default settings. Anyway, with the new XP boost, I'm gaining about 100 XP an hour, give or take a few dozen. Add in the fact that I can skip sleep for this, and it becomes a breeze. Now it's worth mentioning that just because I can go 24 hours straight, that doesn't mean I'm earning 2400 XP per day. You still have to factor in the hour that it takes to then unload all of the magazines, stinting progress and dropping the daily outcome to something more along the lines of 12 to 1300 XP per day. Still a big step up from what I was getting earlier though. I also found that the ×3 speed actually works best for this instead of the ×4 speed. See, the ×4 speed was just too fast and actually resulted in bullets being loaded at a slower rate. Not sure how that works, if that was just a visual bug or if I was just fucking myself over, but regardless, the 3 times speed seemed to work best for this method of just sitting down and spamming magazines. After about 4 days of doing nothing but reloading M14 mags, I woke up Billy Joe Armstrong and managed to knock out reloading level 7. It would take another 4.5 days or so to hit reloading level 8 after discovering that I could stack tasks and queue up unloading all mags as I finished reloading instead of burning 10 or 20 minutes resetting everything. Utilizing this method, I managed to hit reloading level 9 on day 462, which landed me the Terminator trait. One of the best traits in the game if you're on a multiplayer server where guns and ammos constantly respawn. What it does is give a 25% damage boost to all firearms, double your aiming speed, increase max range of weapons, and decreases panic and stress gained while holding a gun. With the only negative thing that you do not gain any XP multiplier with this trait. Of course, it's not like literally any of that matters to me considering I already maxed the aiming skill, so let's just skip to the good part. It would be another 8.5 days before I maxed out the reloading skill, completing the firearm category and logging the 19th completed skill, meaning I'm down to 7 remaining skills, with 5 of them being melee combat. Don't worry though, we've got one more mini grind before we get to the massive shit show that is combat. It's time to finish sprinting. On average, I was racking up around 20 XP per hour, running upwards of 18 hours a day, sometimes more, sometimes less. I'd hit sprinting level 9 on day 488, 17 days of non-stop running. But wait, because it gets worse. To go from 9 to 10, you need 9,000 XP. I would run sprints on the mall rooftop. Do you want to know how long this took, guys? 27 fucking days. That's a lot. A whole goddamn month. So how did I stay sane enough to pull this off? Well, I watched a fucking Chris Chan documentary. Probably not the best choice for background noise now that I think about it, but you know. Sprinting's done. Praise Sonichu. On to the fun stuff. And by fun stuff, I mean stealing engine parts out of the abandoned cars in the parking lot. With the truck now semi-functional for the first time in hundreds of days, it's off to yet another town to start farming out combat, starting with Shortblade. I briefly mentioned the town of Grapeseed like 40 pages of script ago, and it's finally time to go back. It's one of my favorite small towns to add to my playthroughs, and while it doesn't have any crazy POIs, it does have one thing I want: a car. After arriving in Grapeseed, I laid on the horn for a few seconds before hopping out and starting on Shortblade. I mentioned it earlier, but the goal is to get to level 5 as quickly as possible, which will unlock the Practice Swordsman trait, thus giving me an XP boost in both blade skills. Funny enough, despite being the lowest skill in the combat category, I'd argue this was one of the easiest to grind, mainly due to the fact that Shortblade combat has the lowest stamina consumption, paired with max fitness and the hardy trait. If you don't know, at max fitness, you practically come out even on stamina consumption with short blade weapons, meaning I could do this indefinitely as long as I don't run out of knives. I think this can best be shown in action due to the fact that I was able to level up Shortblade twice in 2 days, unlocking the Practice Swordsman and giving me boost to the long and Shortblade combat skills. The only beneficial trait left for me to get is Prowess Blades, which requires a whopping 24 combined levels between axe, short, and long blades, effectively requiring level 8 in all 3 combat stats. There it is. 600 horsepower of unbridled little man syndrome. All it needs is a little TLC and some engine fixes. Instead of changing focus to fixing up the car, I decided to keep pushing forward with Shortblade, pushing deeper into Grapeseed with the focus of fully clearing the small town before looting it of anything of value. Until then, I'd be content with knocking out my 3rd level in 3 days. Moving into my 4th day at Grapeseed, I started with looting the garages and some of the houses, walking away with a car battery charger. By the time the sun rose, I was satisfied with the end result of Grapeseed, so I chugged 3 orange sodas and used those bottles to siphon fuel out of the truck and into my new ride. Sure, it's not mint condition, but I know where I can find some cars to pull from. along with thousands of zombies. But first, I needed to make a quick pit stop for some tools. Welcome to hell. Let's get to work. Over the course of the night, I managed to scrape up some spare parts from the surrounding cars, including over 30 engine parts that I used to restore my new car up to 80%. Can't wait to find a way to wrap this thing around a light pole. Anyway, this definitely isn't all the zombies inside the prison, so I broke into the armory and shot a bunch of guns near the entrance to draw out some more. And when that kinda worked, I brought over my new car and honked the horn a bit to pull more out. During the fight, I had a bit of a panic moment where I almost shit myself after watching ThatGuyPredz undergo a beautiful moment of animation inertia, where I pushed off a zombie while holding shift to turn around, and instead got stuck in a shove run animation, only to get lucky enough to pull the turn off and fall back out of the crowd. Just an all-time stomach drop moment, and you know what? The more I think about it, why do only bad things happen at the prison? I thought this was a place of redemption. I was gonna make a Shawshank joke, but couldn't think of one, so I'll see myself out. On the bright side, I hit short blade level 7, so pretty successful, all things considered. Fighting continued for the rest of the day until I ran out of hunting knives and had to swap over to a machete. Once the area was clear, I spent a few minutes looting some knives off the corpses before heading into the armory to sleep through the rest of the night. The following morning, I hopped back into the car and hit up Main Street, calling over all the zombies in the city so that I could use them to farm out my blade skills some more. This went on for most of the morning until I ran out of knives yet again and had to swap back over to machetes. A full day of grinding later, I checked off long blade level 6. The goal is going to be to get axe, long, and short blades to level 8 each, unlock prowess, take the XP boost for all 3 skills, and then finish off the 3 before moving back to short blunt, since it has the highest XP boost of the combat skills, and would obviously be quickest to max. By this point though, I've already burned through the vanilla cities, and even 2 modded locations. What could possibly be left to pillage? Well, you'll just have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Blackwood, an overpopulated quarantine town turned into a maze. It's covered in destruction and barriers, making basic navigation into the town incredibly difficult. Because of this, I tried to fight in the open areas, often shouting to pull zombies out of the town in order to minimize the risk of getting cornered. Honestly though, we're kind of at this point where all that's left to do is farm combat, so here are the highlights. I hit shoreblade level 8 by noon and swapped over to machetes, allowing me to stockpile a few more knives for that final push to 10. Real quick, here's what I mean by tight corridors and dead ends. There's 2 separate single tile paths through this one lane, but one of them leads to nowhere, while the other leads to the fencing path that you can take to get to a parking lot. That's the maze concept that you hear so many other people refer to with this town, and it's a big reason why I love it so much. By day 523, I'd managed to find the shoe store and add it onto my Zunks collection. Remember, boys and girls, skills are temporary, but drip is forever. Outside of that, Blackwood was practically secured, so I hopped back in the car and began driving back to Louisville to scoop up all the katanas that I'd looted off those Kill Bill zombies from the mall. It took most of the day to drive back, at which point I began grabbing all the katanas and machetes and piled them up outside before repairing the car. The next morning, I drove back out to the heart of Louisville, honking my horn to attract any zombies in the area. With that, more katana highlights. I managed to hit Longblade 7 by sunrise at the cost of a katana. Oh, sorry, I just realized I've been slacking on the kill count after each level. Here you go. The fighting persisted into the following day, where I finally managed to hit Longblade level 8, which means it's on to axes. I'm up over 50,000 kills now, which is probably a cool milestone to hit. Anyway, axe grinding was easily one of the most brutal combat skills to work through, mainly because there are literally no boosts aside from prowess, which I need to hit level 8 to unlock. Alright, originally I was planning to do this really cool shot where I maxed out all 4 melee skills at the same time with like back-to-back hits, but given that it's going to take tens of thousands of swings to unlock prowess blades at this current rate, I opted to swap back to knives and blades. That way, I can hit level 10 with both of those skills, reaching the level requirement required to unlock the Prowess Blades trait. Sure, I wouldn't have a need for the boost on 2 of the 3 skills anymore, but it would speed up the axe grind immensely. It would take another full day of doing nothing but smacking zombies with machetes before I hit Longblade level 9. Day 528 saw me hitting level 9 maintenance just after midnight, before finishing off Longblade level 10 that afternoon and immediately swapping over to Shortblade. And here's where I'm up to kill-wise. Just look at all the bodies. So by this point, this was over an entire day of doing nothing but combat. I was exhausted. But at the same time, I didn't want to stop because literally all I had left was combat skills. It was just this vicious cycle of wanting to do something else to take a break, while also really just wanting to finish the fucking video. I don't think I can show all the carnage, but here's a quick clip of me driving through it, because it was, extensive, to say the least. And this was just one road on one block of a massive operation. Anyway, back to the church to grab some more gear and rest up before I burn through all my remaining vitamins. I woke up that evening and got some more combat in down by the school, and then ended up calling it a day. Day 530 brought more of the same. Shocking, I know. On the bright side, I hit Shortblade level 9, so we're on the home stretch at least. One thing I noticed over the next several days was just how weak hunting knives are. Survival knives are able to one-shot zombies at level 9 Shortblade, but hunting knives still take 2 or 3 hits unless you get lucky and land a crit. I don't know, I just found that a bit shocking, especially considering that zombie health pools are diminished compared to the start of the game, and we're doing way more damage when you factor in the strength, melee boosts, and 9 levels in the skill. I guess I was just expecting a bit more from them. At least the stamina consumption was practically 0, which allowed me to fight all day without getting exhausted. Even fatigue wasn't a problem. Sure, I kept over 40 bottles of vitamins on me, but it did allow me to fight 24/7. Those dipshits in Somalia could learn a thing or two from Zomboid vitamin stacking. Anyway, I finished off Shortblade skills on the afternoon of day 532 after breaking over 45 knives. But who's counting? Alright, want to see something really nutty? I was gaining anywhere from 2 to 4 XP per hit depending on the knife type, and if they were kill shots or not. For Short Blunt, That number went up to anywhere from 3 to 5.5 per swing with a nightstick. The only other exciting moment came that evening when I Ricky Bobbied my car. This leads us to day 533, which was basically just a day of testing different short blunt weapons to try and find one that would give me the biggest XP boost. Sadly, I already know what the best option is, but I'm gonna try not to use it because it's pretty cheesy. The martial artist trait that I'd earned hundreds of days ago allows you to damage zombies by pushing them. It scales with the short blunt skill, which means the damage increases, but it also means you earn insane XP rates. For example, most pushes were giving me upwards of 6.5 XP per push, which, when you think about it, is almost 3 times as much as I was getting for short blades, and at its peak, over double that of the nightstick. The lead pipe seemed to be the best, with all but 1 or 2 swings earning upper 4s and lower 5s. The lowest was mid 3s, so still better than any other weapon so far for this skill. Club hammers, I should have seen coming since they have the same damage ranges as regular hammers, so unsurprisingly, hot garbage. The pipe wrench was pretty similar to the hammers, nothing special. So, here's what I did. Because I was just ready to be done with this video, I took the better part of day 533 to just hit short blunt level 8 by pushing zombies. Once I hit that, I immediately swapped over to the lead pipe to tack on as much XP as I could before both of them broke. Once both pipes broke, I finished off short blunt with nightsticks, partially because they're the next highest weapon in terms of XP rates for me, and partially because I had like a dozen of them lying around the church. Hell, this video's probably either already past the 5-hour mark or rapidly approaching it. I don't think we need another 15-minute kill montage, do we? Utilizing a mix of shoves and police brutality, I was able to cap out short blunt before noon, maxing out my 23rd skill. Now all that's left to do is farm out 6 axe levels, finish maintenance in the process, and then Cupid shuffle my way to Nimble 10. Easy enough. I just need to make it back to the church to go scoop up the axes. I've also been rocking the Servbot for several hundred days at this point, so I thought it'd be fitting to get back to basics and finish this journey off in true TGP fashion. Black cowboy hat, hoodie, zunks, police bulletproof vest, bandolier, and a cigarette to keep it classy. With the fashion statement completed, it was time to test out some axes to see which ones I should focus on. The Viking bearded axe was landing me 3.9 XP per swing. It didn't seem to matter if it was a kill shot or not. The standard fire axe got me, on average, about 3.5 XP per hit. A small step down from the Viking axe, but nothing crazy. The standard hand axe had the lowest rates, but it also fluctuated wildly, ranging from as low as 2.2 all the way up to 3.9. For now, I'll consider them a last resort, even though the stamina burn is less than the regular fire axe. In a similar category, the hand hatchet, which is the bushcraft version of the hand axe, had very similar but much more consistent XP rates, mostly sitting in the 3.5 range, but occasionally dipping down into the low 2s. And finally, we have the splitting axe. Much like the Viking version, it maintained 3.9 per hit, making it one of the best options. Okay, the goal is to be done with the axe skill before New Year's. Not sure if that's going to be possible, but I guess we'll find out. Starting with the Viking and splitting axes, I checked off both levels 5 and 6 on day 536. It would take until noon on day 537 to hit axe level 7, meaning we're down to the final 5 levels. Another day, another level. 4 more to go. Day 540 was massive for me. Not only did I finish off maintenance, but I also hit axe level 9. Sadly, I would miss my goal of finishing combat before New Year's, but only slightly. It would end up taking 2 more days of near constant fighting before I finally finished off the axe skill, completing the combat category. With the final combat skill capped off, our kill total comes out to 67,829 kills, meaning there's only 1 skill left. You know, I never thought I'd miss the simplicity of training Nimble. Over the course of maxing out the combat tree, I was able to tack on over 3,500 XP, meaning I only need to earn about 5,500, which sounds like a lot, but when you consider the fact that I was doing this for 6,000 and 7,500 at a time, this would be a cakewalk. In fact, it would actually be enough time for me to finish up my yearly rewatch of Band of Brothers. This did begin to drag, but only in the way of, well, you know the feeling when you're so close to being done with something, so you just want to power through it to get it over with? That way. Like, I wanted it to end and be done so I could just move on to other things, but also, it's something, like, I just dedicated months of my life to working on, and a part of me just didn't want that to end. In total, it would end up taking over 3 weeks to hit 5,000 or so XP points needed for Nimble level 10. Doing nothing but click walking back and forth on top of the mall and hiding in small rooms to recover from hypothermia. And with that, the story of Jack Trades has come to an end. Thank you all so much for watching. I mentioned it in the beginning of the video, but this is something I've been working on for almost 7 months now. It is far and away the largest project I have ever worked on. Seriously, the save folder for this playthrough is almost 200,000 files large, which, for reference, is almost 25,000 files bigger than the 1,000 days save folder. As one final reminder, I'm streaming over on Twitch now on Wednesdays and Fridays, so if you want to see videos like this be made in real time, that's where I'll be. With that though, I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you all. Go call a loved one. And thanks for stopping by.